Many believe that the West Coast, East Coast elites have been the creators and disseminators of neoliberal thought and practice, much to the detriment of the American worker for over a quarter of a century. Is this true? Was communism inadvertently good for American union workers, and did it lead to higher wages? Fact is, when it comes to ferreting out the Platonic truth about neoliberalism, the Soviet Union and international communism cannot be ignored. Can venture capitalists, Wall Street, financial modernizers, and IT pioneers continue to push their globalizing agenda forward? And should they be able to? Is the demise of the neoliberal order hidden by the smokescreen generated by our fiery culture wars? Has the rise of Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders pushed the neoliberal order to its breaking point? Find out on Emir Phillips, American Pragmatist.
Ignoring all of the remedies, believing all of the rumors, with their endless database. I wanna sit with my enemies and say we should have done this sooner, while I look them in the face. Maybe that will crack the case.
Hey, Emir, what's up? What's up? What's up? We got a big topic today. We got some probably the most dense thing you've ever handed to me to look into. But I'm all here for it. But I do have some questions, so we'll kind of just get started here. We've had a few discussions in the past on neoliberalism, but I think it would help if you could clarify what we're talking about, and I think we'll kind of start here, like when you say specifically like political order as relates to neoliberalism. But let's kind of just talk about this political order itself. What is that? What do you mean by that?
Well, I think the focus is important because Americans, especially younger generations, tend to focus on the personality of a candidate and not so much perhaps on the institution behind them or the specifics of the platform and their ability to carry it out beyond personality. So political order is important. And this podcast is about the economic philosophy, the political order that's running the world. Whether you like it or not, this is what's going on. And that gives it a sense of urgency. So I do think understanding political order is a fair beginning. Yeah. So by political order, I mean, like a constellation, an institutional network of ideologies, policies, and constituencies, that shape our nation's politics. And it goes beyond the election cycle, and that's critical, beyond 2-year, 4-year. I know we don't do 6-year, but in Europe they do. But And neoliberalism goes beyond our nation now. So the U.S. has an empire, world empire, whether you like it or not. And so the political order is a global constellation at an institutional level that goes beyond personalities, beyond the election cycle, and is shaping our socioeconomic reality.
Are there specific American political orders, like in your opinion, are there like certain types or ones that have developed or anything like that?
For purposes of going into neoliberalism, I think there are the two political orders I think we need to focus on are the more recent ones, in the last 100 years. And that would be the New Deal, which was the 30s and 40s, associated with FDR. And it kind of hit the high watermark in the 50s and 60s. In my opinion, the Yom Kippur War and the oil embargo was kind of starting to hit bad. And with Carter, stagflation, it kind of hit bottom, and it started to die in the late 70s with stagflation, inflation. And then all of a sudden Reagan comes in. And then you have the neoliberal order that started in the 70s with Thatcher in England. Reagan starting to, Ford didn't win. Dole, when he ran for office, Reagan ran in 76. He didn't win, but then he comes in 80. And so the neoliberal order starts coming in. It crests after the Soviet Empire falls. When we win in 91, it started to fall in 88. And so it's hitting the high water mark around the 1990s and 2000. And in my opinion, the great financial crisis, 2007, 8, 9, kind of punched it in the face pretty hard. And did it knock it down or is it back up? That's a question for our generation.
Yeah, so it fell around that time. I guess, to be more specific with that, like when we kind of talk, like that kind of fell off in like, roughly the 2010s, I would say. What exactly constitutes that? Like, what do you mean by like it fell in the 2010s? Like, what does that mean?
Well, I would say after the great financial crisis, you had low interest rates that were supposed to cause inflation. They didn't. Neoliberalism was the effective policy, whether you were a Democrat or Republican. I mean, it crested with Clinton, who's a Democrat. Obama, we are going to discuss for sure, did a lot of neoliberal policies in his administration, not associated with someone who was somewhat, most people would have considered when he ran for office, far left. And he still acted out a pretty strong neoliberal agenda. So I would say it started to really hit with the election of Donald Trump, more of a populist bent. So neoliberalism has become, is it being usurped or not? That's the question.
Well, can you, I guess, highlight some of these social economic occurrences, policies, what have you, likely, like something more specific to the ones you believe, I guess, crack the political order of neoliberalism, if that's
let me go. The biggest crack started in the great financial crisis. Let me start with the left and Bernie Sanders. He subpoenaed the Federal Reserve, which was a good thing, forcing more accountability and transparency, because he was saying basically President Obama or the Obama administration was given what would ultimately roughly $6 trillion to save Wall Street in the biggest act of corporate socialism in U.S. history. And this would trigger the progressive movement, and on the other side, the Occupy Wall Street movement. And so you have, but for the great financial crisis, but for the first crack in the political world of neoliberalism, you don't have the progressives, Bernie Sanders, who, arguably could have won the presidency, or at least the presidential nomination of the Democratic Party twice. But I mean, he was, a lot would argue, sabotaged by the party.
That's another discussion.
That's a whole other discussion.
That's another podcast.
And that's another triumph of neoliberalism, in my opinion, when Bernie Sanders was told twice to sit down, and he did. That was another win for neoliberalism. So on the left, I would say, the progressives, without the great financial crisis, there is no progressives. The progressives generally are against neoliberalism, and we'll go into why later. On the right, it's definitely the election of the populist Donald Trump. Neoliberalism stands for unfettered capitalism, globalization. Another word for globalization is American capitalism, unfettered, unregulated. It was unregulated financial markets that led to the great financial crisis, unregulated borders, no borders in globalization. Bernie Sanders, when he first ran, did not believe in letting in hordes of illegal immigrants because it reduced the price of labor, it reduced wages. So from a labor perspective, Bernie was generally cool or against unfettered immigration because it lowered wages. And ironically, so is Donald Trump. So Bernie Sanders has shied away from that in the last election, which frankly I find a little hypocritical. But the neoliberalism are big on globalization, no borders. They're going to let in immigrants to lower wages against workers, raising corporate profits. That helps Wall Street. So Wall Street is for immigrants because then you can't, unionize. So the issues of open border, free trade, or another crack going on in our society with liberalism, the surge of populism through, Donald Trump, make America great again, national perspective, not necessarily global perspective. So viewing globalization is associated with the Northeast elites, Harvard, Wall Street, Yale, that's a new perception, The decline of Barack Obama, I think, is his stature as president. I don't think he's done that well, and history is not going to serve him well because he saved Wall Street while 1.4 million Americans lost their homes in the great financial crisis. He can't run from that. On 4th and 1, Barack Obama sent $6 trillion to Wall Street instead of the American public. Bernie Sanders almost got the White House on that argument alone. And people forget Bernie Sanders was fighting not Trump, not the Republican Party. He was fighting hope and change. Hope and change, Barack Obama gave $6 trillion to Wall Street, 1.4 Americans lose their homes. Bernie Sanders didn't think that was just. Many Americans didn't think it was just, of Republican and Democrat. So, I think the progressives and the populist Republicans both think the American political system, which is neoliberal, is not working. It's not transparent. That's why Bernie subpoenaed the Federal Reserve, to his credit, when the great financial crisis happened. There's no long-term planning. Everybody, and I think Bernie Sanders economically, socioeconomically, has a far left, one could argue, Marxist perspective. He 5-year plan, but long-term planning. Trump fracking, wants us to be energy independent, long-term planning. It's not about immediate profits like Wall Street. It's not a Wall Street perspective. It's not a neoliberal perspective on the right and left. So, the progressives and the Trump Republicans want more long-term planning. What's good for your average working American? I think Bernie Sanders has a strong track record of that in the past, and Trump still does, in focusing on your average working American as opposed to your average working hedge fund manager in Wall Street. That's the difference.
There's a lot there. I wish I could just go on and on about that time period. There's a lot of bad blood there for me, but we're gonna keep moving forward. But it's like that's another time. But I think it's fair to say that it seems that the Democratic Party, at this point, it has kind of become or evolved into a party of globalists. The elites, the open borders, kind of like you were saying before. While the Republican Party is more, American workers and populism, and, more family oriented and more or less the face of conservative Christianity, I would say it's more geared towards that route. And correct me if I'm wrong. This is kind of my observation.
No, I think on the religious side, for sure, Catholics more and more voting Republican, pro-life. So yes, I would say so. But there is the leadership of the Republican Party at the institutional level is also global. So the Republican Party is not getting out of this noose either. So, for example, Mitch McConnell has, Trump will call them rhinos. And when he says rhinos, he's actually, the name fits. I don't know if it analytically is perfect, but it fits with the neoliberal Republican. These tend to be pro-big business, pro-Wall Street, pro-projection of American power, pro-carte blanche militarism. For example, Mitch McConnell recently said the greatest concern of the American public was the Russian-Ukraine war. I mean, this man lives in a cocoon. So, the Rhino Republicans, along with the Democratic Party, unanimously or near unanimously voted for the funding in the Russian-Ukraine war, up to now about $130 billion. So, the Republican rank and file, if you're Republican and as a family, and you make under $100,000 a year, 90% chance you're pro-Trump. As you make more money as a Republican, you become more pro Mitch Romney, who's a rhino, Wall Street, vulture capitalist to the core. He's a neoliberal to the core. I mean, he loves money more than anything, and he's no greater personification of Wall Street in the Republican Party than Mitch Romney. And so you've got degrees going down from Mitch Romney down towards Trump. So I would say to this day, probably a third to 40% of the Republican leadership is still strong, pretty strong neoliberalism. And you see them siding with Biden and Wall Street when it comes to the Russian-Ukraine war. So to be clear, the Republican Party at an institutional and leadership level is far from innocent, unless you're very pro-neoliberalism at this point. So there's a uniparty here. There's a uniparty as well. It's not just easily broken down Republican Democrat. So.
No, and actually, I want to unpack that a little bit more, if you could, try to be, give a few more specific examples of, where this kind of began and how it's evolved into the system that's now. Because I think it's very intriguing when you kind of wrap up, well, it's not just Democrat and Republican. There's actually sort of a neoliberalist sort of invisible party behind the two that's all sort of gun-ho behind that viewpoint. So I guess kind of unpack that, from its origin to now. I'm sure will be a lengthy discussion, but let's just kind of move in that direction.
In American history, when you have a political order, you almost always have a uniparty. For example, let's go back in time to the New Deal. Mm-hmm. Eisenhower did the highway system. Eisenhower engaged in Keynesian economics, and he was a staunch Republican, whether you liked it or not, because the language of socioeconomics, the language of politics, the language institutionally to get anything done was in the ambiance. Fish and water was the New Deal. The New Deal. So a neoliberal, Wall Street comes first, wouldn't have cut it. Big government was still viewed as a solution. From the Great Depression till the time of Carter, big government or government in general, take your pick, was viewed as a solution. Keynesian economics held sway. So both parties, there was a uniparty. So to be clear, there's always going to be a uniparty when you have political order. So let's go back further in time. The Republican Party under Lincoln was really a party about tariffs and industrialization at all costs. Lincoln was the first national capitalist. And Lincoln was a brilliant macroeconomist and probably the only president outside the founding fathers who could be termed a founding father legitimately, because he was so structural, not just in terms of slavery, but in trying to usurp England as the workshop of the world. And from a national capitalist point of view, industrialization of all costs, which he got from Alexander Hamilton, specifically his American philosophy, his economic philosophy was called the American system. The American system was a specific term of art in economics. So he focused on trade surplus, tariffs, and if that meant ending slavery as a side consequence, which is how I viewed it, so be it. But the Whig Lincoln, who became Republican, became more moral when it suited his macroeconomics, and the American system that I've referred to, which began with Hamilton and John Adams. And then it would resurface this national make America great again. In Lincoln's case, it was make America greater than England. Alexander Hamilton said there is no political freedom without economic freedom. That's the essence of the American system. And Lincoln felt the American Revolution was not completed because England was the workshop of the world and the manufacturing world. Until America was there, we weren't truly, truly independent. So Lincoln viewed himself as completing the American Revolution. And in a sense, he did. And so with the New Deal, that kind of waned. And so the Republican Party was the uniparty with Lincoln until Woodrow Wilson. So from 1960 to 1920. Now, then New Deal comes in until about 1980, and all of a sudden it resurfaced Lincoln's point of view with Ross Perot. America won. We basically conquered the world in 1991 when the Soviet Empire fell, and then all of a sudden Ross Perot shows up and says, hey, all this globalization, all this international is going to reduce wages for American workers. And you're going to hear when he quoted that famous quote, that great sucking sound when he was against NAFTA. So Ross Perot is the first strong voice who almost won the presidency. Had he not dropped out the first time and come back in the race, he probably would have won. He had a very good chance of winning. That's the first precursor to Trump. And it's no surprise that Ross Perot on his deathbed was signing endorsements for President Trump. So Trump is really the son of Ross Perot, Lincoln, Adams, Hamilton. He's following, consciously or not, an American tradition of national capitalism. And the focus is on both and industrialization, not globalization. Lincoln had no urge to go into Canada and Mexico, and during the Civil War, both feared that the South said, let's stop our fighting civilly and go extend the South through Mexico, and you can extend the North through Canada. And Lincoln said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And Trump and Ross Perot are also that. They're focusing on, for example, I would assume they would focus on the fentanyl situation, where 200,000 Americans have died in the last 3 years, more deaths than all the wars we fought in the last 30. As many deaths almost as we lost in World War II. They would view that as a war. So, but the point is the American system that comes from Hamilton, John Adams, Quincy Adams, but Hamilton's the father really, and the biggest proponent of it in U.S. history is not Ross Perot or President Trump, it's Abraham Lincoln, but it's within us still, and it's resurfaced in the Republican Party, which is ironic because they were the biggest proponents of the neoliberalism under Reagan. So this is kind of ironic. So the Republican Party has at the base level, people make under $100,000 a year, a huge populist element. And whether they know it or not, they're incarnating the American system. And it's a concern for fair trade, not free trade. In other words, China, stop stealing all our tech, stop using slave labor, and let's give fair wages to American workers. So there's an example of how parties can change and how whenever you have a political order, to some extent, there's always a uniparty.
I feel the urge just to say that if anyone feels like you're being blasphemous, throwing Trump and Lincoln, invoking both their names in the same sentence, chill out. We're talking about economic policy here. I would say that first and foremost. But now that we've kind of clarified a little bit more about at least the Republican evolution of that, which did very eloquently. I think that was actually pretty, if I may say, use a technical term, that was pretty cool. I do want to kind of move over to more of the Democratic Party and kind of how that's evolved over time as well. Did you see that, I guess in your viewpoint, do you see that evolving in a similar fashion, but the opposite direction? How does that?
In relation to neoliberalism, it morphed as well. And I think the relevant case in point for Trump and Ross Perot, Lincoln was critical because he's a national capitalist, and he goes back to Hamilton. Here, the key origination point, not Hamilton, but it's FDR. And the Democratic Party was the New Deal at the heart of, that's the heart of the Democratic Party for years, the New Deal. And that's what people associate it with, the WPA. The Democratic Party cares about workers, they care about the poor. That's been the shtick of the party for 100 years. And it's founded on this conviction that capitalism left to its own devices leads to economic disaster, like the Great Depression. Capitalism has to be managed by a strong central state, big government that's able to govern the economic system to the public interest. We can't trust capitalism. And neoliberalism would come along and say, you're wrong. Milton Friedman, Ronald Reagan, Thatcher, Volcker at the Federal Reserve. No, we can trust it. The market can make things work. And so the Democratic Party took a hit and Reagan got the high ground such that we'll see that even Clinton and Obama, deep down, they saved Wall Street. Obama had a chance to let the banks go down and save 1.4 million Americans who lost their homes. And I think FDR and Truman would have done something more to that effect. I don't think Truman would have allowed 1.4 million Americans to lose their homes when Wall Street committed fraud. Stearns and Lehman Brothers committed fraud, and there was fraud rampant in Wall Street in the great financial crisis, which Bernie Sanders eloquently and forcefully alluded to in running for office. So the American people were angry enough to make Wall Street hang. And so, but at the end of the day, on 4th and 1, Obama followed the neoliberal order. So there's a case in point. You see a uniparty for neoliberalism, and you also see the Democratic Party go from, hey, we're the New Deal, we care about the worker, we care about the poor, the welfare state, we don't trust capitalism, it created the Depression, we need government to offset capitalism. Two, we'll see Clinton, and I've already alluded to Obama, how two Democratic presidents, when neoliberalism held the high ground, the commanding heights, they did what a neoliberal president would do, whether they're Republican or Democrat. Maybe not with the same fervor as Reagan would have done it, but still, they did it. And I think that's the point. So there's the morphing of the Democratic Party, and before that, I did the morphing of the Republican.
I would always encourage people when they kind of look back at history a little bit to they look at Clinton and Obama. I'm not saying they didn't have policies that definitely geared more towards help the poor, the American worker, everything. But history never forgets that time. I certainly don't forget that time. As someone about 32 years old, a lot of people of my generation definitely look at that very strange, seemingly to us, very strange choice to salvage all the banks, all these big companies over the American people. And I think that speaks directly to exactly what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, Greenspan was head of the Federal Reserve, and he was a massive neoliberal, and he grounded his soul, his being, and institutionally, the Federal Reserve was a manifestation of Greenspan for a couple of decades. And he was grounded, and the Fed grounded the belief that market forces had to be liberated from government regulatory controls. The government was stymieing growth, innovation, and freedom. So the architects of the neoliberal order, in the 80s and 90s, they dismantled everything that the New Deal order built across a 40-year span. And ironically, it did lead to the great financial crisis where there was no regulation in the shadow banks, and the Democratic Party broke off first, pointing the finger. Ironically, a Democrat was in power, Barack Obama, Bush initially, but Barack Obama weathered most of the storm of the great financial crisis. And it was Bernie Sanders, the Democrat, who pointed the finger and said, this is wrong, this has got to change. And he was subsequently followed, in some respects, his first cousin macroeconomically, although they don't talk to each other at all, the populist President Trump, since both arguably Marxist Bernie Sanders, progressive Bernie Sanders, take your pick, and populist President Trump, both could give or take Wall Street. And you'll see that in the vote. If our viewers go check the voting in the presidential and the primary elections in Manhattan, which is the heart of Wall Street, look who came in last. It's Bernie Sanders, because he's a Marxist. He would destroy Wall Street. He would end it if he could. And who came in second to last? Look at the vote counts. Trump. Who came in first? Biden, Hillary Clinton. That tells you who Wall Street trusts. When Biden ran, he slaughtered Trump in Manhattan. That speaks volumes. Volumes. That's Wall Street. Just follow the Manhattan vote. Get on the YouTube or get on the computer and look who voted where on Manhattan. People can't hide. Those hedge fund managers vote. They know where their bread's buttered. They voted for Hillary and Biden. They didn't vote for Sanders or Trump, either one.
I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but it's a lot to hold back my feelings on that time in my life, because there's definitely, like I mentioned before, a lot of bad blood there, a lot of things that I watched happen in front of me that were just unreal in terms of elections. But continuing forward with, like, I guess, to stay on track with just political order specifically, I guess, knowing all that information and rolling it together, I guess, how do you go about establishing a political order? Like, because these things don't just come about, like they're orchestrated to an extent, and also I assume partial evolution kind of helps foster it along. So, like, how do you establish a political order anywhere?
Well, you got to have a vision that goes more than winning an election or two. You know, FDR had that. Of course, he was president 4 times. We didn't know he was going to view himself as royalty and stay in for life, but he could establish a political order. He was president 4 times. So for him to establish a political order, it is in the election cycle for FDR, but after they changed the rules. So barring him, you know, so excluding FDR, it requires, you got to have deep money, and you got to have organization, you know, PAC, political action committees. You know, you saw that in the Republican Party with Newt Gingrich, a great organizer. Tip O'Neill, head of Congress, the House, fantastic organizer, institutional guy, breaking it through. LBJ, you may not like his politics, but in terms of getting stuff through, you know, had a vision that could effectuate and institutionalize a political order. So you need political action committees. You got to invest in promising candidates over the long term. This is long-term planning. This is think tanks. This is why when you want to see what's really going on in the world, look at the think tanks, look at the PACs, political action committees, look at the vision. That's the institutions. The institutions, those employees stay, whether the elections, whoever's there, they come and go, the politicians. So I would beg our viewers to look at think tanks and policy networks that are turning political ideas into actionable programs at an institutional level. So, and you know, you need a rising political party you got to consistently win over a lot of different electoral constituencies. For example, Reagan, he got Wall Street to vote for him and the unions. This man could sell ice to an Eskimo. Bill Clinton was another guy who could sell ice to an Eskimo. And so that doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. You got to have a capacity to shape political opinion at the highest level, like the Supreme Court. Trump did that recently. But you also got to go across popular print and broadcast media. And on that, the Democrats are winning. So Trump won at the Supreme Court level. The Democrats are winning with big tech. Whether you argue it's censorship or not, whether you argue the Hunter Biden laptop, which could have tipped the election to Trump, you know, the Democrats' ability to sabotage that, censor it, big tech working with the Democrats, the FBI being in Facebook, being in the building with Facebook, you know, whether you like it or not, that shows the Democratic ability, part of the uniparty, the neoliberalism right now, to work at the broadcast media level. So, and you got to have a moral perspective at the end of the day. I mean, Reagan was great at convincing you that, you know, his view would lead to a better America. And, you know, Trump is make America great again. Bernie Sanders, you know, help workers, fair wages. I mean, you got to have a vision of the good life. And I think that's the agenda right there. You got to have a vision of the good life and effectually communicate it at an institutional level.
So then political orders, I guess, in other words, are complex projects that require advances, you know, across the board, like across like a very broad front. It can't just be like, just focus on this. You got to focus like, oh, we got to focus on all of these things at one time.
Yeah, everything I said is simultaneous, even though I said it in a linear fashion and simultaneous, which is why they don't arise very often. It's hard to pull this off. You know, you're talking about 2 in a century, the New Deal, Democrats, and neoliberalism. And this one's still rolling over in this century. So a century and a half, only 2 political orders in the US.
Yeah, I would imagine they usually appear when an older order kind of stumbles a bit, you know, kind of takes a dip, you know, amid an economic crisis, as we've seen before, you know, then precipitates a governing crisis.
You know, I alluded to this earlier, stagflation, you know, inflation over 20%, interest rates, hard to believe, over 20%, 30-year government bonds were going at 30%. I mean, if you'd invested $100,000 in like 1979, 1980, you could have made 20% for 30 years, you know, and it's just mind boggling. So that kind of broke the back of the New Deal world order. Reagan got us through stagflation with Paul Volcker at the Fed, raising interest rates, I think a little bit inordinately high, but he did get it through, and he ended inflation. So it set the stage for him to take over. So yes, that was the trip and fall for the New Deal in the 70s. So, and the trip and fall, arguably, is the Great Recession, the Great Financial Crisis, 2008 and 9. I would say maybe it didn't knock out neoliberalism, but it fractured it. I mean, Obama and Biden is still vehemently carrying the neoliberal order through all the way to the Russian-Ukraine war. But there's a lot of pushback now that it wasn't there before. So,
all right. I guess my next question then is, like, obviously there's a lot of facets to it, but is there like a key component or a tribute to any specific political order? Is it different for different political orders, or is it like, no, there's a key aspect here that really drives it forward?
when the opposition party does the will of the other party institutionally, when Eisenhower does the highway system, which is a New Deal Keynesian program as a Republican, or Bill Clinton ends welfare, and Bill Clinton lets China in the World Trade Organization, and Bill Clinton leads to deregulation of Wall Street. He ends the Glass-Steagall Act, which is incredible for a Democrat to have done, basically undoing. Bill Clinton literally undid the New Deal and in allowing the legislation to end the Glass-Steagall Act, which let capitalism run rampant and was a key precursor to the Great Financial Crisis, although many Republicans were with him. You're there. I mean, you're bending the will of the opposition. Bill Clinton ending the New Deal, Eisenhower basically doing Keynesian economics. I mean, that's when you've done it. You've done it. And I can't think of really any better example, than that. Newt Gingrich getting Bill Clinton to do his bidding with the contract to America in the 90s after Clinton, almost lost in the re-election. And 2 years in his term at the midterms, the Republicans took the House for something in like 40 years with Newt Gingrich. That checked Clinton. And Clinton went from, he had some New Deal tendencies in him, I would say, when he was running for office and as governor of Arkansas. And he jumped all over. He effectuated the New Deal. Case in point, China and the World Trade Organization, ending a Glass-Steagall Act, welfare reform. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but I presume that, acceptance of anything like this is never like 100%. There's always points of tension and vulnerability, some resistance, in a polity as diverse as ours. There's just so many different viewpoints. There has to be, in a democracy, no one gets it all.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But, Clinton, what he did, though, here's the key, though, Levi. Clinton, by going neoliberal, working with Newt Gingrich, even though publicly they hated each other, they still worked together more than either one would like to admit, and getting things done for the neoliberal order to consolidate itself globally. They got enough. A lot of the far left felt abandoned by Clinton. A lot of the far left felt abandoned by Obama, like Bernie Sanders. I mean, there's a perfect case in point. Obama lost the progressives in his re-election by saving Wall Street, and Bernie could have run against Obama in the second term, but it just didn't happen. It would have been curious to see if he'd run against Obama, what would have happened. But the point is, Obama secured Wall Street and what Trump would call the Rhino Republicans. So what he lost in Bernie, he gained in Wall Street, and he still had enough of a majority running against Mitch Romney. A lot of Republicans didn't see him as that big a difference, because Mitch Romney is the very heart of Wall Street, the very heart of neoliberalism, and yet Obama saved Wall Street. So what makes Mitch Romney relevant? In a sense, the Republicans running Mitch Romney, the very incarnation of neoliberalism, became superfluous against Obama, who had saved Wall Street. And so there was no other player. So Obama, while you are right, he didn't have the full majority, he had enough to effectuate the agenda, which is all you need.
Some of that election starting to make a little bit more sense now when I'm looking at it in those terms. But I guess by that same token, losing the capacity to exercise ideological hegemony kind of signals a political order's decline then, correct? Like, is that what we're...
Stuff that looked radical, like Bernie Sanders holding the Federal Reserve transparent so the American people become aware that it was $6 trillion of taxpayer money that was going to save Wall Street, and the government was bailing out the banks and not the people from foreclosures, by and large. I mean, Bush did some stuff, but by and large, Wall Street was put way ahead of the American people in the great financial crisis. And so stuff like Bernie Sanders, a Vermont senator who's, lived in a kibbutz, honeymooned in Russia in the 80s while we were fighting the Cold War, was viewed as, barely won as mayor of Burlington as a radical. Suddenly, he's a viable presidential candidate. So things can change quick when orders shift. For example, a lot of the, Trump Rhino Republicans or Wall Street Republicans, they're not really getting too worked up about, homosexual gay marriage or feminism, for example. So both those issues during the Cold War, they were going nowhere. We were too busy fighting the Soviet Empire. After 1991, it started with Clinton with Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and homosexuality or gay marriage or their rights and feminism, they started to take off. Because the rhinos or Wall Street didn't have a problem with it. What Wall Street has a real problem with is wages because it hurts corporate profits. Unions, that's what Wall Street. Feminism, gay marriage, Romney could care less about. The rhinos could care less about. What will make them stay up at night is unionization, fair wages for American workers, anything that cuts stock prices or corporate profits. That'll make them shit the bed.
Then according to you, like this happened again since the great financial crisis, like when the coming apart of the neoliberal order. It's what I'm hearing more or less from you.
Yeah, the great financial crisis and the fracturing, it opened up space for Trump-like populism. Not just Trump, there are other Republicans now voting with that kind of agenda, American wage, fair trade as opposed to free trade focus. And as well on the progressive side, whether you want to say woke, BLM, Marxism, Bernie Sanders, progressivism, AOC, whatever, those avenues of expression, they would not have happened before the great financial crisis 2009. So it would not have. Whereas now, arguably, they're flourishing.
Yeah. So on that note, then, like, what were the core beliefs of the neoliberal order of President Reagan? The one that he promoted to defeat international communism. Like, break that down for me.
And we got to get back at the time. It's easy to judge people in our time, and I don't think that's fair to Reagan. Reagan was coming out when Keynesianism and unions were very strong, and one could argue we need unions now because American workers are getting slaughtered out of them, but there was a time when unions were arguably way too powerful. But at the time in 1980, Reagan was advocating at an institutional level, along with Thatcher, Milton Friedman, and others, free market capitalism, entrepreneurialism, small business ownership, economic risk-taking. I mean, that was central to the Republican Party and the politics of Reagan. And freedom, American freedom, was to be expressed economically, taking chances, starting a business. So, Reagan was not about maintaining tradition or the institutions that beefed up the New Deal of FDR, and he viewed FDR and the New Deal as coddling communism. And I will say there were a lot of Soviet spies in FDR's administration at the highest level in negotiating with the Soviet Union and Joseph Stalin. And that has been vindicated when documents were declassified when the US got access to documents in Russian after 1991. So a lot of people have said he wasn't a spy. He wasn't. He was. And so the Republican Party of the 50s and Reagan were absolutely correct on the level of Soviet espionage during FDR. And you could argue it was coddling communism, or you could argue FDR was naive. And when he stopped getting naive, Truman stiffened up. Take your point of view. But from Reagan's point of view, anyone who coddles communism, you're coddling evil. I mean, he's on record being on a radio show when he thought the show was over, is referring to the Soviet Empire as evil. So he viewed communism as atheistic, institutionalized atheism, so against the freedom of religion, the ability to fight the state, the ability to be independent. So, and he called, like I said, the Soviet Empire the evil empire. So that was Reagan in a nutshell.
So for President Reagan, then, neoliberalism is a creed that calls explicitly for unleashing capitalism's power to defeat international communism. That's his core thing there. Absolutely. And neoliberalism for Reagan has to be viewed in that context. It was a foil and a way to destroy the communism. Doesn't mean he didn't believe it, but its primary goal, his vision, was to destroy communism and free the world religiously, economically, individually, politically. So, and in that sense, I do think neoliberalism served extremely well to defeat communism. It gave a clear alternative vision of
socioeconomic reality to defeat communism and the Soviet Empire. Even Reagan was not married to neoliberalism if it hurt American workers. And that seems to be skirted under the rug. And I want to be real clear about this, and give a real specific example to buttress my point here. But Reagan imposed a $2,000 tax or tariff on Toyotas. It was a Donald Trump-like tariff to help the entire automotive industry better compete with Japan. And Japan, unlike China, was not guilty of using slave labor and stealing American tech. And yet, Reagan imposed a $2,000 Trump-like tariff on Toyotas in the 80s to help Chrysler and Lee Iacocca better compete. And they didn't even take advantage of it, in my opinion. So Reagan, to help American workers, could do a Trump maneuver, showing with this vivid example, which was a big example, risking his relationship with Japan in the Cold War, risking him hitting him with a $2,000 tariffs on Toyota. That was no small feat. He was willing to do that to help American workers, despite fighting the Cold War. And Japan was one of our staunchest allies. So Reagan did care about American workers. And had he been president after the Soviet Empire fell, he might have been a little more Trump than people want to assume.
I want to be just a little bit more specific. Like, why would President Reagan do that? Why would he risk that? It seems very anti-competitive in a way.
It was anti-competitive. It goes against, free market capitalism. It's an intrusion in the market. Tariffs are that way. That's why Trump's not a pure capitalist, a populist. Populism is reform capitalism to make it fair. Marxism is to change so that the government owns the means of production. They're owned publicly, not privately. It's a whole nother level. Trump would never go to that level. Many progressives would. But Reagan, I'm trying to show, it was anti-competitive. The Japanese were beating us in cars at our own game. Straight up. They were better at it than we were. When you're, in that generation, when I was, in the 80s, Ford meant find on road dead, fix or repair daily. That's what Ford meant to us. It was not a great car. And, but Reagan still enacted a Trump-like tariff. And frankly, it's a tariff I doubt Trump would have done, President Trump would have done, because, it triggers a Trump tariff is when you violate fair trade. That's when Trump gets going. So I don't know if Trump would have done that tariff, because Trump's focus is no slave labor, no stealing American tech, which is why Trump didn't do any tariffs against really the EU. He has no beef with the EU because they're not, in his mind, cheating and making trade unfair. So for President Trump, when he goes ballistic, and with China he does, no argument, he's really upset about the stealing of American tech to gain an unfair advantage in our international trade. And manipulating your currency by devaluating to increase your imports, he's furious about that too, and China absolutely does it. And that cost Americans their jobs, as fellow Americans then buy Chinese imports because they're cheaper, because the communist Chinese government devalued their currency, which, by the way, violates World Trade Organization protocol, which Trump also was upset about. So Reagan did something I'm not sure Trump would have done, and Trump's tariff follow a certain train of logic, which you may or disagree with, but it does follow it. And I don't think it would have applied to Japan. Nothing in Trump's history says he would have done it. Maybe he would have, maybe not. It's not clear. China hits all his buttons.
Well, my understanding is that neoliberalism is a creed that prizes free trade and the free trade movement of capital, of goods, and people. I see it, I guess, more or less, it celebrates deregulation as an economic good that results then in governments, I guess, when governments can no longer interfere with the operation of markets. That's just kind of, I know it's a little clunky there, but
I think that does capture the heart of it. And I think one thing you left out, which is pertinent now and goes to globalization, is that neoliberalism values intensely cosmopolitanism per se, in and of itself, as a cultural achievement. It goes hand in hand with free trade, a cosmopolitan perspective. The British had it in the 1890s when they had the gold standard and they dominated the world. When you have a world empire like Rome or England, upon which the sun never set, and the empire of the United States, the sun never sets because we own almost the whole world. There is going to be a strong push to globalization and a cosmopolitan by itself per se. So, and a byproduct of that is open borders. for free trade of goods and people. And the problem Bernie Sanders used to have, and perhaps to a certain extent still does, somebody should ask him, and President Trump absolutely goes ballistic on this, is that open borders tends to hold down wages, and this is economics 101. No one can deny that Biden letting in 8 million immigrants holds down wages against Americans, but it raises corporate profits because you lower wages. That's one of your big costs. So, it helps stock prices indirectly. So Wall Street's all for it. But corporate profits go up, American wages go down, so globalization is going to be a win-win, that enriches larger corporations of the West. They win with the cosmopolitan neoliberal push to globalization. Big tech, big companies win of the West big companies. And AI-assisted corporate management wins because AI-assisted corporate management, which is taken over more and more, you can get rid of more and more workers. I mean, if Amazon could have a warehouse with no workers, then robots are running it all. Don't we all think they would do it yesterday? So, and will it bring an unprecedented level of prosperity to the rest of the world? I don't know. That's the theory that it will. But I believe the current facts worldwide today currently indicate otherwise.
Yeah, much of these values, they've deeply shaped America, since our founding fathers, way back when. I mean, as much as a nation, we have sought to liberate markets from encumbrances, whether from monarchy, mercantilism, bureaucracy, artificial borders, and tariffs, and so on. It just kind of, I don't know, I think I'm more accustomed to your viewpoint of it. I know what the intention is, but it's not really going in that direction.
I think there's a lot of truth to what you said, but there's a big but. Not all founding fathers, and I referred to it earlier.
Yeah,
Hamilton and John Adams represented a view of industrializing America by using the federal government, specifically the federal government, which Lincoln would tee off on, to help America achieve socioeconomic preeminence, even if it meant the market being curtailed. Abraham Lincoln, the apex of that view is Abraham Lincoln. And then I would say Teddy Roosevelt, Ross Perot, and President Trump, since Lincoln, they have no problem using the federal government to help industry like fracking. And so the federal government can be used. If the federal government helps America industrialize and have industrialized preeminence, which is why they focus on producing actual products instead of just financial products, Abraham Lincoln, Roosevelt, Ross Perot, President Trump be all for it. So not all founding fathers, most, but not all. So, there's been consistently another constitutional viewpoint, and it's been called throughout economic history, the American system. And that's a specific term of art. I'm not, just making that up because it's American. Mm-hmm. That is it. And it has specific beliefs, which I've already alluded to. And so it's no coincidence that Trump viewed Ross Perot as Lincoln viewed Alexander Hamilton. A father figure, so to speak. So there's a very specific socioeconomic lineage that they are incarnating, whether you agree with it or not.
So to be clear, then, neoliberalism in concept seeks at an institutional level to release the economy from the heavy hand of the state in various guises, I would say. Its goal is to allow people to move around in pursuit of self-interest and fortune, to truck, barter, and trade as people want to. And then so national borders within this view does not seem to have an easy fit.
No, nationalism tends to be belittled and viewed as an evil. And you see that in the Democratic Party viewing most expressions of national, from the national anthem to the flag to borders, viewed as Neanderthalish, stupid, wrong-headed, you name it, they've thrown the name at it. So, yeah, no, it doesn't. And Adam Smith, in my opinion, he contradicted himself. In Wealth of Nations, came out in 1776, and on the issues you've alluded to, he contradicted himself because he did say, in essence, what you said just now. Yet he defended Britain, the island's defenses and its financing, even if it meant less market efficiency. And when the British Parliament got a hold of Wealth of Nations, they came up with the British Navy and the frigates to protect the international trade of England, which the United States copied, since we copy almost everything from England, which is why we have the #1 Navy, since we have the world trade. So, but Adam Smith, to be clear, said everything you said, Levi, but when he came to his precious England, even though he was a Scot, and he spoke from a global perspective, the Scot, the Brit, and Adam Smith was a staunch John Bull Brit, no matter what he wrote in the Wealth of Nations. And he was for Britain's defense from a naval point of view to protect the trade so Britain could stay number one. So the British Navy came from the contradictions which were in Adam Smith, and British Parliament was not stupid and picked up on it and acted on it institutionally to its great benefit, and the British Empire resulted.
But would you agree that Adam Smith was basically a globalist, but with Britannic leanings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, you know, and
All
like
right,
a lot of globalists now, Levi, are globalists with American leanings, right? You know?
Okay.
You know,
All right. Yeah. I
it's
suppose.
kind of yet again we're imitating England. So yes, it's well said, and I'll concede the point. But you know, I want to add that Hamilton and Lincoln, in what was called the American system, and I keep alluding to it, hopefully, so some of our viewers will look it up and research it,
Yeah.
believed that to reinvigorate markets, and I'm counterposing your point here, what is required is far more state intervention than classical liberalism, which you've alluded to consciously or otherwise, would ever allow for. So the American system, Lincoln, Trump, Hamilton, would go way beyond Adam Smith and just saying Adam Smith would say a navy to protect free trade, and that's about it. No more. No. Lincoln had a national bank, national money, the greenback. We now call them green dollars. The dollars in your wallet, the greenbacks from Lincoln. The railroads were financed by the government, you know, to make markets more efficient. And FDR would follow suit on the New Deal, you know, and Supreme Court cases would follow suit that the government was to facilitate the market, build bridges. We call it infrastructure now. The American system is huge on infrastructure, and FDR and the New Deal would tee off on that. And I think during the Great Depression and World War II, the New Deal and the Democratic Party did a very good job on that. I mean, the Manhattan Project, what we accomplished, you know, under FDR and Truman economically, pulling out of the Depression, fighting World War II, rehabilitating, rebuilding Europe. I mean, you got to give kudos. The Democratic Party did care at that time about the American worker. They put their money where their mouth is, and they delivered.
So then, under what became to be called the American system, you know, under Hamilton and Lincoln, as you've already mentioned before, it asserted that strong states are necessary to organize vibrant markets. Then,
yes, and that, you know, the fact that that's not taught in civics and economic history at the high school level is a sin, is wrong, is un-American, is not historical. It negates half of the history of this country, you know, because the neoliberals commanding the heights, and now we're into cultural history, which I don't even know where that's going to lead with woke and, you know, that sort of stuff. It's just
that's another
right,
another topic.
But
yeah,
the fact that your average person, when you shouldn't be able to become an adult without being able to say what you just said and mean it. You may not agree with it, you may not vote for it, but you need to know that it's constitutionally organic to the founding fathers, and there are two sides to the coin with the Constitution, and there's a vibrant, strong history of what you just said. So the state's ability to set down and enforce rules for making contracts, as well as having the capacity to expand and protect markets through law and military force. Even Adam Smith agreed with the British Navy and tariffs. Trump, Lincoln was much bigger on tariffs than Trump. Lincoln put a tariff on the South, 54%. Trump tried to do 5% on China. Everybody had a fit. You know, and it was these tariffs, our army, the law, the contracts, the courts. This is all the state. State intervention in the market is critical to the success of America, or really any nation, but in our nation from the very beginning. And I just wish our viewers and the young, everyone under 30, would know that this didn't come from President Trump. This does not come from Donald Trump. It comes from Hamilton and Lincoln.
Yeah. So then, like Alexander Hamilton, Lincoln, and likewise Trump would argue that flourishing markets then and now require strong governments that can enforce rules of economic exchange. Markets need structure in order to operate freely. Yeah.
Watch a football game without refs. Football, you know, two football teams play without referees. You have a fist fight. That's free market capitalism. Every man for himself. The rules are going to break down within the first quarter. Is going to be a fist fight. The stands are going to be empty. People are going to die. And eventually, who's going to be called in? The police, which is another form of the state. Why don't we call the police in every football game? Because we have referees. The referees are the regulations. The referees are what keep it, what you just alluded to. The refs orchestrate and keep it operating freely. And within the rules, you can go all the way. Within the rules of the state, within the intervention of the state, you can go all out. You know, during COVID, Levi, President Trump and his appointee, Jerome Powell, who, by the way, is a lawyer, not a trained economist. He's a lawyer, he's a problem solver, and somewhat of a populist bent. President Trump and Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve, poured trillions of dollars in the American economy in the form of PPP, SBA loans, and unemployment extension, and for the first time in American history, even gave unemployment to independent contractors. They didn't even pay into the system. Other Americans had their unemployment extended in time and increased in amount to levels unheard of in American history. In this stimulus, in stimulus checks as well, that was not a neoliberalism response. It was not. Neoliberalism would have said, let the market handle it like it did in the Great Depression, which of course led to the Great Depression, which is why the New Deal erupted from that. So, if Mitch Romney or even Obama had been president, a neoliberal response would not have worked. Now, if Sanders had been president, I think he would have responded similar to Trump. I do think Sanders would have issued a lot of money into the economy, just like I think Sanders would have done a lot to save the 1.4 million Americans who lost their homes during the great financial crisis. Sanders would have done probably some or all of what Trump did, but Biden, had he been there initially, I doubt it. And Obama, I doubt it. Neoliberalism, absolutely not. And Obama showed his true colors in saving Wall Street, not the American people. So, and without that populist response by Trump, or if it could have been Bernie or a progressive, I think America would have been in zombie land. And I even believe this. I'm going to go on a limb here. I even believe to a certain extent, Reagan would have also agreed with the response to COVID by Trump. Wherever Reagan is in the afterlife, because he was helping Americans at a national level, like the Toyota tariff showed, Reagan, I think, would have done what Trump did and would have approved what the Federal Reserve did. But, I don't think Reagan would have been as keen on it as Alexander Hamilton, Abraham Lincoln, and as Trump actually did. I think Trump would have went further than Reagan. But then again, look, Reagan's holy war against international communism, that's what consumed him. And he did a Keynesian economics with the Star Wars plan, $3 trillion. He went in deficit. That's Keynesian economics. So Reagan would engage in Keynesian economics, Star Wars plan, $3 trillion deficit, government spending to beat communism. To beat communism, I think Reagan would dance naked in the street. So his socioeconomic tools were adjusted or tweaked accordingly. Fortunately, he won without dancing naked in the street. So, Reagan did what he had to do for his vision, his task at his time. We have a different task right now.
So in a pinch, Reagan could go New Deal.
I'm coming back to Star Wars. I'm stating the facts. $3 trillion in Star Wars, big military push, Keynesian type economics. Some people call military Keynesianism. But to be clear, it was World War II that pulled us out of the Depression, not the New Deal. Don't want to belittle the New Deal. I think it helped a lot, and FDR admitted that. FDR said what pulled us out of the Depression was World War II. And Reagan kind of used that with the spending on military and pulled it off. Not only did he help us economically, but we took over the planet. So although the New Deal did mitigate the ill effects of the Great Depression, and that's commendable, it was World War II.
So for sure, then Reagan preferred President Hoover to someone like FDR.
Yes. The older Reagan, let me be clear, because, I want to be real clear. The younger Reagan was a Democrat. People don't know that, but Reagan switched parties. So did Trump. Trump was a Democrat. People forget that too. So, when he was at those swinging parties, he was a Democrat. So Reagan switched parties. He was around 35 or so. So, that was his road to Damascus. He switched, and when he switched hard. He went from a New Deal Democrat to 35. Reagan was also, just to be clear, the head of the union for SAG. People don't forget that, but Reagan was the head of a union of SAG, all the actors, and they loved him. They thought he did a great job. So Reagan could be kind of quirky.
All right. But this later preference by Reagan would have been against FDR's version of social democracy. The one that called for a far greater intervention by the government. Reagan would have allowed, if I'm viewing this correctly, for much more free market solutions, which agree more with President Hoover. So the older Republican Reagan, trying to keep this all square in my head, the older Republican Reagan he probably wouldn't tolerate FDR or much of the New Deal.
Yes, but remember, as I alluded to earlier, one big reason is, not all, but a big reason, they were coddling, they were wimpy on communism. You always got to start with that. FDR was real nice to Joseph Stalin, much to the chagrin of Winston Churchill. We gave Russia a lot more money than Churchill would have, and Churchill wanted more for the Brits. And of course, without our lend-lease money to Russia, Russia probably would have lost against the Nazis. So you can argue both ways. But Reagan viewed FDR and the Democrats soft on communism. You always got to start with that lead. Having said that, you've made some valid points. Reagan focused on individual freedom against the excesses of the state, which, especially totalitarian and atheistic states incarnated in the Soviet Empire. But even in the New Deal, he came to view it as excessive, too much. He wouldn't have called the New Deal evil, but he would have said it was inefficient and we can do better. We can do better. But with Soviet Empire, for the reason I've already said, evil. But Hamilton, Lincoln, Trump believed that there's no political freedom without economic freedom, which is why they're about economics. And I need to repeat that, since that's the core of the American system in economic history from the Constitution of Hamilton. And he's the one who said it, Alexander Hamilton. And if you remember this, you'll understand Lincoln, Trump, Teddy Roosevelt. There is no political freedom without economic freedom. So would Abraham Lincoln frack? Oh, yes, he would. Oh, yes, he would, because there is no political freedom without economic freedom in a country in this day and age that is not energy independent, is fighting wars in the Middle East and killing Muslims by the millions to get what's underneath the ground. That's not freedom. That's not independent. And that's not moral.
Freedom is money, more or less. Like individual freedom is highly correlated with my bank account. Like what's in my wallet right now, that gave me my freedom, which I understand. I can see that.
Kind of a Philistine way of looking at it, yet that's how Wall Street looks at it. That's how a lot of Americans look at it, fortunately or unfortunately. But I'm going to concede the point. Yes, freedom, we all believe that deep down to a certain degree. Freedom is your bank account, and that's kind of sad. And I don't quite think all over it, but it's a lot of truth to what you're saying. So we'll roll with it.
Well, real quick, just because we talked about this before, but just like looking at things now, like we have a little economic situation now. Like I said, I might have to change up, my work a little bit because I need more money. Why do I need more money? Because I don't feel like I have that much freedom. I might get stuck in a spot. So like, I just kind of think that rings true. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, we all associate debt with slavery, right? Mm-hmm. We associate debt with, and that's a legitimate analogy most Americans make. So, good point. A poor American worker is not free no matter how you vote. So your voting isn't as important as your bank account. And I think we kind of sense that. So you might be free in God's eyes, but in this world, you're mired to a chain of existence that Hamilton, Lincoln, and Trump don't want for Americans. They don't want that for Americans. So, other people were never that concerned. Alexander Hamilton and Lincoln didn't worry about other nations all that much, except for England. And the only reason why he worried about England was he wanted America to be preeminent, and so did Alexander Hamilton, which is why Alexander Hamilton imitated England and he was against France. It wasn't because he was, licking England's boots. He was trying to learn from England to imitate England. We imitated the Bank of England, how they operated. We imitated a lot of things from England, their navy, their strategy, because we wanted to be number one, so we would be the most free. So other nations were never the primary concern. Lincoln didn't even want to fight the Indians. He didn't get elected to Congress once because he refused to vote for the Creek War. He was not a warmonger. Either is Trump, either is Hamilton. They don't want to fight other wars. They want to make America great. And Trump is not the first person to say that. Alexander Hamilton said America is going to be great when we're independent economically. And Lincoln said that. Lincoln didn't want to invade Canada or Mexico. They weren't about war expanding the boundaries of America. It was vertical, not horizontal, that they were focused on. Vertical, not horizontal.
So many who picture neoliberalism, they see in their minds the tentacles of the Federal Reserve, and internationally speaking, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, all of which operate largely free of democratic oversight.
From that progressive vantage point, and a lot of libertarians would agree with the progressives on what you just described, the Federal Reserve is, doesn't have democratic oversight, which is why Bernie Sanders, in the great financial crisis, he subpoenaed the Federal Reserve specifically because of that, because there was no democratic oversight. And Bernie Sanders essentially said, if you're going to give trillions of dollars to Wall Street, we should know where's it coming from and why, and we should put strings attached to it. And certain banks that we find are committing fraud should go down. I think a lot of Americans, even a lot of Trump Republicans, agree with that specific position by Bernie Sanders. myself included. So, from that progressive vantage point, neoliberalism is configured as the enemy of the people, and it's framed as a tool. It's used by, it's used by elites to subvert democracy and undercut movements. When really neoliberalism is the market largely unencumbered by the state. I think that's a more fair version, although the other version is not without its truth that you alluded to. But in the heart of the matter, it's the unfettered capitalism, institutionally executed. That's really it. And it's executed by a man that's erratically fallen. And why I am a capitalism and why you can't negate neoliberalism completely is how, if man has fallen, if man is not good, how do we make a purse out of a sow's ear? In our belief system, as capitalists, we take everyone's selfishness, everyone's self-interest, and everyone's fighting for themselves through the market and working through the market. We create innovative products. Nobody is putting all their products on Amazon or Walmart because they're nice saints or monks or nuns. They're putting their products on Wall Street and Amazon to make money. And while those greedy, selfish people want to make as much money as they can, it works out, or so we think, to our overall advantage. And we create more innovative, cool, wanted stuff than any society since man has walked erect. And there's no denying that. And you have to give capitalism its due, which is why, progressivism goes way too far to me in being anti-capitalist. And while neoliberalism has issues now in today's world that are serious, and Bernie Sanders found some of the holes, and so did Trump, in my opinion, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
But then I would ask, I guess, in a little contradiction to that, like many libertarians would, at least in my viewpoint, would embrace neoliberalism then.
Yeah, because there's a schizophrenia with neoliberalism with the Federal Reserve because it's a hybrid institution. It's part public and part private. So They don't like the Federal Reserve and they like private money. So they're going to be generally pro cryptocurrency, pro Bitcoin. They're going to be generally pro Tea Party. Libertarians generally strongly embrace the market. They don't view the Federal Reserve as an embracing of the market. They view the Federal Reserve as an extension of the state, even though it's run privately by banks. So it's a little schizophrenia when it comes to the Federal Reserve. But if we exclude the Federal Reserve, which is a hybrid institution, libertarians generally embrace neoliberalism pretty strongly. But, with the libertarians, sometimes I want to say you're well off and you're pro-market, so you don't have to help people or the poor. Where the New Deal Democrat or FDR would tell the libertarians, who's going to help give a social safety net, So I think, libertarians, whenever they see the state at any level, the Federal Reserve, which has done a lot of good things, or the IMF and the World Bank, which is, depending on your perspective, more dicey, they tend to support the market globally, the Federal Reserve, the IMF, and the World Bank. But because they're part of the state, to a large degree, libertarians won't like them. So there's a little schizophrenia. So, the IMF and the World Bank, to be clear, support neoliberalism, but are not democratically controlled. And that's where the libertarians are kind of like, that's what leaves libertarians conflicted on the point, is that, it's not democratically controlled. So libertarians can bounce here and there, but there is a consistency to their logic. So.
Right. So then I guess by that, like, how concerned is neoliberalism to questions of economic equality and redistribution? How do they view that?
I mean, I just said, not much, efficiency, market efficiency is the focus, not social justice. They would agree with the vote because that's personal liberty, voting, but market efficiency, most libertarians, when they say liberty, they don't just mean personal liberty and the liberty to hold a gun. They also mean freedom from government intervention of all kinds. And so when you apply it to economics, by definition, it's neoliberalism, unfettered capitalism, no government or state intervention in the market at all, if you're a real hard libertarian like Milton Friedman, So not much.
So then Reagan convinced many Americans that joining his political party would unshackle the economy from regulation and make them, overall better, even if some people took a hit here and there.
Yes, that's a fair assessment. And yet again, we got to contextualize, during the Cold War, I would argue it did. but and also I've alluded to this now. Reagan contradicted himself. We all have contradictions in ourselves. We need to be upfront about it. Reagan also used the state. He used the neoliberal people. They're using the state in the Russian-Ukraine war, so they can be hypocritical. Dick Cheney with Halliburton used the state, to fight in Iraq and make a lot of profits for Halliburton. And that's neoliberalism was running amok. So he used the state. That's hypocritical. But anyway, Reagan also used the state. And I said specifically the Star Wars program, I think is a good case. It boosts the national economy with deficit spending, with Keynesian, by about $3 trillion. And I think it did have a Keynesian multiplier effect. I don't think they would allude to it that much, Reagan, at the time, but that's what was going on. And it probably wasn't the intent to create a Keynesian multiplier effect, but it did. And so, during the Cold War, Reagan focused on what American could uniquely offer those living under communism. Remember, we're marketing America here. We're fighting a war at many levels. The Cold War, we weren't actually fighting a physical war generally. We're fighting a war of ideology. And so we have to promote individual freedom, in a wealth-driven socioeconomic sense. Why? Because that's what wasn't happening in the Soviet Empire. Your average communist in the Soviet Empire was not wealthy in a socioeconomic sense. And they were dripping with envy at American wealth, and the Soviets just couldn't counter that. So Reagan served it up to them on a platter, and it helped bring the wall down voluntarily by the Soviets. Why? Because the communists wanted to be like us. That's political order of the highest order. I started this whole podcast by talking political orders when your oppositional party institutionally is doing what you want, consciously or otherwise. My God, Reagan pulled off the political order of all time. He had the communists doing neoliberalism and tearing down the wall themselves in 1991. That may be the greatest feat of a political order in human history. He defeated the Soviet Empire essentially without firing a shot. I mean, that's just stunning.
So in this whole thing here, it's no longer, I guess, it's no longer true, or it's no longer an issue in any regard, or is this still going on?
No. I mean, if you believe Chinese communists, and I guess we can have a debate on whether it is or it isn't, but for Reagan, the war would still be on in terms of China, not Russia. Reagan wasn't about hating or fighting people. He was fighting an ideology. And if the Russians set down communism, he sets down the missiles. We have to be clear about that, which gives a whole new context to the Russian-Ukraine war, since Russia is absolutely not communist anymore. The Communist Party in Russia secures about maybe 10% of the vote. So the Communist Party is comatose in Russia and has been for 30 years. So in terms of communist China, I would argue, Levi, it's still true. Now, to be fair, we never economically competed head-to-head with the Soviet Union. The Iron Curtain prevented that. They didn't let us in to the extent they could block us out. They did. We had some secret agreements, oil and gas, but generally we didn't trade too much unless they stole our stuff. So now it's different. We do socioeconomically compete with and in China. So Trump's fair trade is much more relevant than Wall Street's free trade. So we have a weird situation going here. And the issue here that Reagan absolutely never had to deal with, because he didn't interact socioeconomically with the wall. The Soviet Empire was closed to us by and large. Here we have communist China, and we're outsourcing American jobs to communist Chinese slave labor, and looking the other way when stolen American tech is used to lower costs and raise profits, and therefore Wall Street stock prices, which help everyone's retirement in the form of 401k plan. So, but I don't believe for one second Ronald Reagan would have been okay with the denigration of the American workers. And as I said, the $2,000 per car tariff on Toyota cars proves that. So I don't think Reagan in his mind could have reasoned to allow our tech to be stolen for 25 years since China got admitted to the World Trade Organization 2001, but started in 1998 with Clinton. I don't think for a second, for sure, he would have kicked them out of the World Trade Organization for what they've done, not to mention COVID. I believe Reagan would have kicked them out of the World Trade Organization for a few reasons. So stealing the tech, slave labor, and outsourcing, he's going to cut that off, COVID, you name it.
Given all that, I'm very intrigued by this idea of libertarianism. And so I wanted to kind of come back to the topic of freedom specifically.
Well, given your views, which could be, kooky to me, what do you mean by libertarianism? You tell me, and we go from there.
Well, I'll go from freedom, because I know libertarianism is in a very broad sense, like no government interference, leave us alone, let us exist, But I guess freedom specifically, freedom from I guess the past you're referring to, I recall that early cybernetics movements that inspired the likes of like Stuart Brand and Steve Jobs to associate the creation of the personal computer with the quest for individual freedom, and like how Ralph Nader and his political allies freed the consumer from repressive corporate and government elites. But like people had more choices, practically speaking, in their everyday minds and everyday lives. Is kind of how I view, I guess, freedom and libertarianism in a relative nutshell.
Given what you said, I would say freedom within the context of neoliberalism is a bit different.
Tell me how.
It's more in terms of freeing the individual and their awareness, their consciousness from the grip of large, stultifying state institutions, privileging market disruption and innovation over a state-regulated economic order, celebrating globalization, or another word they used to use more often, cosmopolitanism, multiculturalism. You see that a lot now. That's getting pushed in higher ed on the way down. Multiculturalism is a component, a subset of cosmopolitanism and globalization over what they would say is a market crimping nationalism. The market's going to be crimped in a nationalistic context as opposed to a global one. So bigger is better. Bigger markets are always more efficient under neoliberalism. Therefore, why not have the globe if we can get it?
So then, like, what are the international roots of neoliberalism then?
And they do have international roots. So post-World War I Vienna, because that's the home of the neoliberalist economist Friedrich Hayek, who Reagan admittedly did read a lot of, and is a very respected economist. So, and Ludwig von Mises, this is the Austrian school of economics, it's called, and the libertarians usually, these are their two heroes, Hayek and Mises, Ludwig von Mises. So in a war between World War I and World War II, Geneva also emerged as a think tank. We talked about think tanks being critical for political orders. Here you go. Here's one, the neoliberal ideas at Mount Pelerin. Mount Pelerin is in Switzerland. It was a think tank generally viewed as a place where Hayek and others attempted to turn neoliberalism into a disciplined thought collective. I mean, Mount Pelerin is huge for the think tanks. By the 90s, neoliberalism is also called the Washington Consensus. When I'm teaching economics, I will teach the students that instead of saying neoliberalism, magazines or newspapers will also say the Washington Consensus. So that structured a lot of the world economically after the Soviet Empire fell, and I would say most of the world globally.
One thing you talk about a lot, it's the Soviet Empire, the Soviet Union, and like the whole history of that. Obviously, you have close ties to it. So I guess like just how critical was the actual fall of the Soviet Union? It's like,
I mean, you got to be kidding me. I don't know of an international event in the century that matched the Russian Revolution of 1917 in importance. You're going to be hard pressed. In the 50 years after their rise to power in Russia, communists, they walled off, as we've already talked about, huge parts of the world. Soviet Union, then half of Europe, then China. They were in effect economically set apart from capitalist economics, which is why Reagan focused his attack on free trade. Fair trade was not yet an issue. So people make all kinds of assumptions about Reagan that just don't apply. He never had to socioeconomically confront, interact with, or trade with the Soviet bloc because it was walled off, and that's not the case now.
Wait, so would you say that like fair trade was not an issue until communist China was admitted into the WTO, the World Trade Organization? So I think that would be like between 98 and 2000, 2001-ish.
For me, yes. For Ross Perot in 94, he would have said NAFTA in the mid-90s. So during Clinton, but between Bush and Clinton, for Ross Perot, 93, 94, our trade with Canada and Mexico, to me, even though we trade a lot with them, it's not that unfair. They're not stealing our stuff. It wouldn't have triggered me, but I think a lot of the Trump Republicans would have been, it's China. It's China, because that's at a whole different level. So yes, to answer your question, 98 to 2001, fair trade becomes a big issue. But for Ross Perot, it's 93, 94, 92. I would say, throughout the podcast, for the first third of the Cold War, we got to look back. Communism was a serious threat in Western Europe, and I don't mean to it, I mean in it. a lot of Western Europe almost fell to communism. Italy, 48, France. So for the first 2/3 of the Cold War, there was a similar threat across the whole world. Africa, Asia, I can't even go into all the areas the communists were fighting in Africa and Asia in the 70s and 80s. We'd be here all day. So, at the end of the day, say, for example, fascism and Nazism can be understood as the radical right, and they were responses to communism's rise. You don't have to agree, you can hate it, whatever. There's a reason it came up. It didn't come out for nowhere. I'm just trying to show you the significance of communism and how pervasive it was. I don't think I hit that hard enough. So, in the United States from 1920s onward, communism was regarded by many, not all, as a mortal threat to the American way of life, especially within the Republican Party, not so much in the Democratic Party, but it started in the 1920s here.
But the Great Depression, which that ushered in FDR's New Deal. The Second World War both moderated America's anti-communism with a much bigger federal government.
Yeah, which is why even Eisenhower executed the highway system, which we alluded to. And by the way, the highway system also facilitated our missile system, which I think was also a motive of his, because the missiles could move easier in the West if we had a highway system. So he's killing two birds for one, which is smart. And, no other single political force in the 20th century had near a comparable influence on the world or American politics, for that matter, than the specter of international communism, which I really want the viewer to get, because your generation really misses this. And you can't understand Reagan, Thatcher, or Pope John Paul, who fought tooth, nail, and claw against it. You can't understand it until you understand the specter, the full socioeconomic spectrum of international communism in that century.
Pope John Paul, no, we miss him. I miss him. Regardless, I would say, it seems today the power of, and I guess the fear unleashed by the communist threat is now, it seems like it's largely forgotten, especially lost on my generation and younger. It's just not, we had to talk about before how there's a lot of people my age who often jokingly or in some regards seriously kind of say kind of profess the beauty of communism, Communist Manifesto, not just social, not just what's it called, social democracy. They say communist. I am communist. I lean towards a communist sort of way, viewpoint, that sort of thing. And I think it's because this is largely lost on them.
Yeah, I hear the term using now, it gives me a heart attack. I'm like, why did we fight? Why did Reagan fight and win the Cold War? It's glibly thrown around, frankly, by a lot of progressives, and they really need to study their history to know what they're talking about. No ideology murdered more people than international communism. But neoliberalism has to be viewed in the light of the Soviet Union between 89 and 91 when it collapsed. And so in that moment, capitalism's chief global antagonist disappeared abruptly, systemically, and pretty completely. The consequences of the Soviet Empire's fall, as well as, and this is critical, because this is not trivia generative, the simultaneous defeat of its legitimating ideology, which has come back, in my opinion, to a certain degree in the progressives. It was incredibly immense. People could no longer with a straight face argue communism in the late 80s and early 90s. It was done not just economically, socioeconomically, but ideologically, philosophically, politically done. And, that's what made that vacuum. And it wasn't just a vacuum economically, it was a vacuum at every single level of reality. And your generation has to understand that. That's what made possible neoliberalism and American neoliberalism, to be specific, global triumph from 1989 to 2008. America, ideologically, socioeconomically, through the dollar, politically, financially, ran rampant over the rest of the world, for good or bad, from 1989 to 2008 with no constraints, none, because the collapse of the Soviet Union was absolute, sudden, and cataclysmic.
Yes, one huge consequence, obviously, of communism's fall, it opened a large part of the world, essentially, Russia and Eastern Europe, to capitalist penetration, because before, as you mentioned before, with the Iron Curtain and everything, that just wasn't possible. But when it
With
fell,
no counterbalance, no counterbalance ideologically, no alternative reality, no argument, no regulation, no international body to say, hey, you're going too far, this is too much, which can be a problem. Sometimes winning completely can make a complete mess of things sometimes. And it also dramatically widened the willingness of China. China switched after Tiananmen Square. Switched, maybe not. They moderated their communism. I believe China is still ultimately a communist state with the Politburo and their planning, but they obviously morphed, changed, become more of a hybrid after Tiananmen Square. So even communist China had to seriously and institutionally experiment with key aspects of capitalist economics. So it was unbelievable.
But then I guess, Reagan's dream ultimately came true. Capitalism became, global in the 1990s in a way it had not been, since prior to the First World War. He got what he wanted.
Yeah, it's true. The globalized world that dominated international affairs in the 90s and 2000s, unimaginable, as I've said, apart from international communism's collapse. And another key consequence of communism's fall may be less obvious, but it's of huge socioeconomic importance. And it is this. It removed what had been an imperative in America and in Europe and elsewhere, which you just alluded to, for socioeconomic class compromise between capitalist elites, owners of capitalists, Wall Street, the wealthy, the owners, and the working class, between corporate management and workers. In a word, unionization. In other words, so long as communism was around, America allowed unionization. The Taft-Hartley Act, 1947, allowed the legalization of unionization in America. Would it have happened if Soviet communism hadn't been around? Would we have allowed workers to unionize in 1947, even with a Democratic president, Truman, even with the New Deal order, even with the Democratic Party having a political order? Would we have allowed it? We fought it for 20 years, tooth, nail, and claw. Mafia fought with the workers in the street, shooting each other, with the cops fighting with the owners. They shot each other in the hills of West Virginia. Would we allow unionization without the counterweight of international communism? Well, this is huge, huge.
But then what triggered and maintained this compromise, between corporate management, and unionizing labor? From
the 1930s through the 60s, international communism was understood through the lens of totalitarianism. The state was pervasive, complete. It was regarded as a total system of rule that once established could never be overthrown. Once a country went communist, that was it. It took over that country forever. I'm Cuban American, so I look at Cuba. They're still there. So that was the view. Now, in the end, it turned out to be not quite true because communism fell, except around in Cuba. But that was the view then. It couldn't be overthrown once there. So a nation lost to communism would never be regained for the capitalist world. It was like getting bit by a zombie. Once done, you're done, which is why we didn't want communism extended to a country. Truman said, this is it. You're not going any farther. And we fought in Korea and Vietnam on that basis, with that mindset.
So I guess, as you put it, the specter, this ghost of the communists, advance. It required from the United States a policy of military containment unprecedented in our history.
Yeah, I referred to Truman, the Truman Doctrine, which said that, but it actually comes from America. One of our greatest statesmen in our history is George Kennan. George Kennan policy of containment, but it also impelled capitalist elites in advanced industrial countries, including the U.S., America, to compromise with unions and labor in ways I don't think for a second they would have done otherwise. The fear of communism made possible the class compromise between capital and labor that underwrote the New Deal order. This is critical to understand. To understand the last century and this one, you must understand what I just said. It also made possible similar class compromises in many social democracies in Europe after the Second World War. So workers were paid a fair wage, because if you didn't pay them a fair wage, they'd go communist. That was the fear anyway.
So fearing communist takeover of unions, labor had to be appeased by corporate management with higher wages, like you just said. You don't want people joining the enemy. They don't want shifting over to a different world order, because your world order, your economic order doesn't give them what they're looking for.
Yeah, and to be clear, the Communist Party was working through the unions. That we know for a
Yeah.
fact after we got access to, secret information from the Soviet, from Russia in the 90s, we know there were tons of communist spies and KGB agents in our union. So this fear turned out to be absolutely correct and legitimate. But at the end of the day, at the end of the American worker, after World War II, the right to unionize could not be overly curtailed or sabotaged, unlike before World War II. Not to mention the fact you had 3 million Americans who were trained how to use a rifle. And if you mess with a man's work and ability to provide for his family, you probably want to let American workers unionize rather than have the police deal with 3 million angry American workers who know how to use a bazooka and a machine gun. You probably want to compromise. So that didn't hurt either, that a large, significant part of the male population of the United States was now military trained, and they were coming back in 1946 by the millions. So I think it's no fluke that we allowed unionization 1 year later. I think that also was involved at an institutional level. But nonetheless, this all worked to the advantage of the American worker, which was awesome. And that forced a sense of fair play between corporate management and labor that is no longer in effect with the demise of international communism. Ironically, the evil empire had this unintended policy effect that helped the American worker attain the American dream, ironically.
And now corporate management can outsource labor globally? Is that like
that's what drives Trump crazy? Yeah. Soon enough, they might very well outsource themselves as Chinese companies acquire greater corporate management skills. They won't need them. Wall Street, that'll be kind of hilarious. As the Chinese communists get greater capitalistic acumen and put their own effective spin on stolen American tech. So it would be kind of karmic justice of the highest order if the Chinese got rid of Wall Street and created their own Wall Street and put Wall Street out of business. Talk about karmic justice. So there might be a comedy at the end of this, after all, a tragic comedy, but comedy nonetheless.
It'd be funny for a second.
Yeah, yeah.
Funny for a hard second.
Yeah.
But I guess the collapse of communism then. So like this cleared the world of capitalism's most, ardent opponent, the biggest opponent for many, many years. Vast new territories and peoples can now be bought into a single capitalist labor and retail consumer market at this point. Then once it falls, in
other words, what you just said, single capitalist labor consumer market, globalization, and its attendant multiculturalism all go hand in hand here, hand in hand. You psychologically and mentally, you can't miss this to understand the world around you. This is the economic philosophy that runs the world, which you just said, and they use different terms of art: globalization, multiculturalism, retail consumer market, single capitalist market, cosmopolitanism, blah, 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 blah. Get to the point. It's a net. It's neoliberalism.
Well, certain things just ring better in other people's ears, Emir.
Right.
That business, that's what you do.
Marketing.
Yeah, marketing. But alarmingly, I would say, the class compromise that had formed the basis of the New Deal order, can now be jettisoned.
And that's right. And that's critical. Why? There was no longer a hard left to fear. There was no longer the Red Scare that was actually working to American workers' benefit. The American worker didn't realize it, although Ross Perot screamed it and almost became president from that quote he made, which is oh so famous. Look it up on the internet. That great sucking sound he warned us about prophetically. He was a little John the Baptist screaming in the wilderness. No one listened to him, but he was right. The American worker would not wake up until Ross Perot had a political son, and his name is Donald Trump.
I would also say that like Bernie Sanders, taps into that same sort of base, though.
I mean, yeah, okay, fair comeback. Bernie, more in the past than lately, in my opinion, but we won't split hairs. Bernie Sanders represents the hard left that corporate management and Wall Street fear immensely, and rightfully so. And they still fear him, which is, that's why I said earlier, he's the only person Wall Street hates more than President Trump, and it's Bernie Sanders. And like I said, you see that in the amount of votes or lack of that Bernie got, the least, and Trump second least. And just look at the vote count in Manhattan and all the elections, where they were on the ticket. They did horrible, where Hillary Clinton and Biden, whoever Wall Street's in love with, Romney or Obama, they get the votes. Wall Street's not stupid.
Yeah, Wall Street prefers Trump to Sanders, but just kind of like as the lesser of two evils, more or less.
Yeah, by an inch, by a nose, since Trump's a populist, and a populist is a capitalist who wants fairness. He's not a communist, not hard left socialist, not. So fairness, fair trade, that's the art of the deal for Donald Trump. Whereas Sanders has dyed in the wool Marxist. He was in the Soviet Empire during the 80s. You can look it up on YouTube. It's real simple. It's him. He's in the Soviet, he's in Russia, honeymooning. He was in a kibbutz in Israel. I mean, he's got a Marxist background. Although he did defend the right to own guns when he was running for Vermont senator. So ironically, Bernie Sanders has a strong track record of protecting gun ownership, which he shies away from recently. But when he was representing Vermont, the rural state, they're pro-gun. So, but he goes with the term social democrat because America don't want to hear Marxist words. But to be very clear, Sanders, if able, would nationalize nearly all major industries. I don't think I've ever heard of Sanders coming up with a private sector solution, a market solution to anything. And I mean anything. And I dare anyone to see, I could be wrong, but I dare any of our listeners or viewers to find a market solution that Bernie Sanders came up with. Whereas Trump's first move is always to see if the market can fix the problem. And if not, like COVID, then he'll jump. The government should come in and, maintain economic growth. But he'll frack first. And if that don't work, like during COVID, he'll do that. So you saw that in response to COVID. So he can go either way, but market first, and then he'll use Uncle Sam, just like Lincoln and Hamilton. It's that same American system economically.
All right, then. So real quick, let's rewind just a little bit. The 90s, politically speaking, was marked by the Clinton administration and those sorts of policies. A Democrat, more or less. How does that fit with neoliberalism?
President Clinton, his role in securing neoliberalism's triumphs, I would say it was more important than Reagan. After 1991, the allure or the basis for capitalist elites or owners and supporters to compromise with the American working class was gone. There was no counterweight. Reagan had to deal with a massive counterweight. And President Clinton not only abandoned the working class in favor of communist China by essentially letting them into the World Trade Organization, and that was key. That was the biggest neoliberalism win, and Clinton did it, and President Bush went with it too. And a lot of Republicans voted for it with Clinton, and we had the uniparty there. Okay, a big part of the Republican Party will right there vote with Clinton, so they're not innocent. If you're upset by this, if you're not, then you're happy about it. But to be clear, I just want to reiterate the Republicans, to a large extent, not completely. You had Ross Perot, you had libertarians, and you had some precursor to the Trump Republicans, fighting, but they were with Clinton in letting China in the World Trade Organization.
All right, then. So I guess that explains why the Chinese also seem to be in the White House until China was admitted into the World Trade Organization. They lived
in the White House. They were in the White House every day. If you go back and look at the news media, you had the Chinese in Clinton's White House. People thought China was running the government. It was ridiculous. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, there's a correlation between the amount and number of Chinese officials in the White House and them being let in the World Trade Organization with no conditions. There should have been conditions. Don't steal our tech, and we want proof you're not stealing our tech. And you got to compete fairly with American workers. You have to pay your workers a minimum wage and products we compete with. You can't use slave labor. If Clinton would have done that, I think we'd have a whole different world right now, So, but, it wasn't just Clinton, though. Both parties were behind it. Except for Ross Perot, who was basically the Trump of the 90s. So, and China technically entered the World Trade Organization December 11, 2001, but it was under Clinton administration the deal was struck. He struck the deal, and Bush rolled with it. So, and that was a big mistake.
Yeah, so then the fall of communism, in short, forms a central part of neoliberalism's triumph, in the end.
Ironically, isn't that hilarious? Dark comedy. Absolutely. American labor was strongest when the threat of communism was greatest. I gotta say that again. American labor was strongest when the threat of communism was greatest, because the corporate management viewed American labor as the lesser of two evils. Better to give the American worker a fair wage than they go communist and kill me, eat me for dinner. There's always better than that. Better to part with your money than your life. So, but with that threat gone, American labor and unions were in big trouble, and Ross Perot was the only person I'm aware of who articulated that at a national level in the 90s.
There's this. Oh, yeah. Finish your thought. Sorry.
Well, he was prophetic about it. He was prophetic, And to be fair, a lot of Americans intuitively listened to him. If you look at the vote count, had he not jumped out of the election and come back because he thought the CIA was harassing him, and maybe they were, maybe they weren't, who knows? But if he hadn't opted out of the election and stayed in it, I think he probably would have won. He probably would have been president, which would have been very interesting.
Sadly, it was not a reality.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say there's this real irony here that the New Deal was primarily allowed, like, I guess in your mind, due to America compromising with American labor not to go communist or socialist.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then when we won the Cold War, the unions were just done? Like, pretty
much. I mean, you look at the unionization of American workers, and it's been plummeting since, the 80s, but in the 90s, it's a spiral. I mean, right to work states, the process started under Reagan, and admittedly, some unions, they were bloated, unaccountable, inefficient institutions, legacy of Keynesian economics that went a little too far. I concede that point. And so they did need some serious market corrections and accountability. You did need to fire incompetent and bad workers, But I don't believe Reagan would have included in those market corrections, included in that reformation at institutional level, the unions outsourcing damn near the entire manufacturing base of America to communist China. Reagan, as a neoliberal, would never have outsourced the manufacturing base of the Rust Belt to communist China, since they used slave labor to compete against American free labor. And Reagan would not have been in to include allowing communist China to steal so much of our tech. Reagan would have viewed that as an act of war and responded accordingly.
Yeah, kind of like President Trump was kind of getting at. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So then, like, dismantling of the welfare state and the labor movement marched in tandem with communism's collapse then.
No doubt about it. And there's no doubt about it. The very real communist threat from the 30s to the 60s, it facilitated the class compromise between capital and labor that sustained the New Deal order, that political order. The disappearance of that threat, the communist, international communism, between 1989 and 1991, when it fell, facilitated the end of that compromise and the global triumph of the neoliberal order that we have today, although it's fractured by Trump and Sanders.
So then we really can't understand, liberalism and the political order it still somewhat sustains without fully, keeping in mind the broader context, I should say, of the epic 5-year global struggle between capitalism and international communism. That's kind of like
yes. And that's the problem I have with your generation. You don't read history books, you don't understand communism. You're too busy watching, Amazon, Netflix, and this is why I can't have a conversation with you or your generation. Yes.
That's exactly. And also just to kind of throw this out there as well, because we talked about it a little bit before, but like I do think, with like a lot of my peers, kind of leaning more communist, or at least labeling themselves as communist or social democratic, whatever you want to call it. I do think there's just it definitely comes from a sort of young American hubris of like, yes, there's these communist things that happened in the past that were extremely bad. I do think there's a lot of people who are aware of that, but there is a hubris like we can do it better because we're Americans, because we're more advanced, we have better morals than our predecessors and stuff like that. But obviously,
every state thought they could improve on communism. Every state thought that.
I'm aware. I'm very aware here. I'm very aware of that. But I do think that's a shortcoming view of a lot of people my ages. I'm not saying socialist views can't like, and socialist policies, as you've already stated, within the rules of capitalism, can't offer a lot of help. But it's just that I think that a lot of people nowadays, because of everything we've just discussed, they feel compelled to like throw themselves into something they don't fully understand, or label themselves as something they don't fully understand. But all that aside, I just felt like I had to say that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think that every political order contains ideological contradictions, as you mentioned before, and conflicts among constituencies, and that it must manage, at some point, correct? Like everything has to. Yeah,
that's absolutely correct. And the neoliberal order is not an exception. It's got to manage its conflicts too, its contradictions as well.
Yes, obviously. So one such contradiction has already been noted. That which existed between those who saw neoliberalism as a strategy for enhancing rule by elites, Wall Street making tons of money, versus those who saw it more as a pathway towards personal emancipation, personal freedom from the totalitarian state, the Soviet Union. Are there more internal contradictions in those two, just because those are two big ones, but I feel like there's something more, potentially more underneath that?
Yeah, because you alluded to the first one's kind of Wall Street-ish to generalize, and the second one's more libertarian, freedom to do what I want to do with no government interference. So there, and that didn't get fleshed out during Reagan, but it's getting more fleshed out in our day and age now. But yeah, other internal contradictions. Well, you just hit a huge one. That was a huge one. But I'd say another lay in the uneasy coexistence within the neoliberal order of two strikingly different moral perspectives on how to achieve the good life. Because remember the vision we talked about in the podcast, the good life. What is the good life? How do you get it? What's your vision of the good life? And that's important. That goes to the heart of the political order. So, I'd say one vision within the neoliberal celebrates self-reliance, strong families, disciplined attitudes towards work, sexuality, and consumption. And that moral perspective, argues those values are necessary to protect individuals against market excesses, because the market's not moral. The market will give you whatever you want. And it takes the aforementioned values I just alluded to use the market effectively, wholesomely, and morally. So it's a counterweight to the market, the values I just said. So that's one perspective.
So what do you mean by market excesses, though? Like, what exactly is that?
I talked about consumption, for example, and this is a big issue at our times right now, Levi, with the debt. By accumulating debt, by purchasing more than you can afford, and or indulging in addictive appetites for sex, drugs, fentanyl, Oxycontin. I mean, the drugs in our society are crazy. Alcohol, pot, other whims that the free market, they can be construed as sanctioning. If it's in the market, it must be okay. Sanctioning carte blanche. I mean, the market's efficient whether you're talking about pot, fentanyl, sex, drugs. If the law allows it, the market will have a market for everything. If you can afford it, and you can afford the rehab, if you can afford the rehab, you're good to go, which is why our Hollywood imbibes in the market, because it can afford to pay for any of its, screw ups. So, and they're not held accountable anyway. So this is what I'm talking about by market excesses. The market is amoral, and there's a market for anything unless there's a law against it, generally.
So why would these moral constraints need to be, I guess, internalized under the neoliberal world order? Like, why?
I'd say neoliberalism frowns upon, government regulation of private behavior. So they don't want an official law against, say, pot, for example. Some other institution had to provide regulation of private behavior. So society has to be prepared for the rigors of free market life. You can buy as much fentanyl as you want. Why not? The market will have it. I mean, in America, anything goes if you can afford it. Neoliberalism's justification is the market, unfettered capitalism. Well, the key to unfettered capitalism is money, if you can afford it. We said earlier in this podcast, the key to freedom is how much you have in your bank account. Well, let's just say you have an infinite bank account. Well, in the market, in a free market, not with any state intervention, imagine a market with no state intervention. You want to buy kids for sex. You want to do any kind of drug you want. It will provide a market for organs. You want a kidney, you can buy one from whomever, doesn't matter. It'll be on the marketplace and you buy it. There's no questions asked, so long as, and this is the only criteria, you can afford it. So that's market excess.
Yeah, and the rehab you alluded to earlier, I guess, is this then a social economic foundation for the moral majority?
Yeah, because the moral majority's view is what keeps America strong is if we're morally strong, we can use unfettered capitalism and not succumb to its vices if we have the values I alluded to, which many people would probably call the moral majority. So, so I don't think it's just the moral majority. You could also say if you're a strong Catholic, Christian, I mean, whatever, Muslim, Jewish, a person of faith, usually prudent, somebody who, thinks you shouldn't spend too much. Some people think it's immoral to go in debt. A lot of people, for whatever reason, they think it's not a good thing to go in debt. So, but that would be one foundation of the neoliberal order, but there would be others. So, and I've just rattled off a few. That it has to be a counterweight to neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is unfettered capitalism. If you have unfettered capitalism and it's just a matter of buying whatever you want on the market, how does society maintain itself? It has to have certain values, I would think.
So does neoliberalism support other societal movements which are contradictory to this?
Yeah, we've alluded to it. We
Yeah,
talked
a few.
about
Yeah, a few of them.
cosmopolitan, globalist. You or me or both of us have used the word multicultural. So the other moral perspective within neoliberalism, encouraged, institutionally encouraged now by the neoliberal order, that's critical, is cosmopolitan, a borderless world where market freedom is an opportunity to fashion yourself or identity, self or identity that's completely free of tradition, inheritance, or prescribed social roles. Utter, complete, unfettered freedom as long as you have the money. You can have a sex change operation so long as you have the money. You can go against any tradition you want because the government's not going to interfere. Your inheritance, you don't like your nose, you don't like your eyes, you can change it, get new ones, hair, bones, whatever. You don't like your societal role, you can change that too, assuming you can afford it. Assuming you can afford it.
Yeah, and
Multiculturalism and globalization is based on, can you afford it? Which of course is never said so clearly or cleanly.
yeah, as you've already kind of said it, but yeah, like I presume that would encompass, BLM, feminism, diversity, multiculturalism, as we've already mentioned, gay pride. Pick your.
All those could
Yeah,
flourish in a
pick your
neoliberal
flavor. Yeah,
order. All,
yeah,
all
pick your
that can
flavor.
flourish in a neoliberal order and many more. And a lot of what Trump would call the rhino Republicans have no problem with that. Mitch Romney and McConnell, they don't have a problem with any of the stuff we just mentioned. Other Republicans would. So, but those are the Republicans that tend not to be with the neoliberal order. So Wall Street could care less about anything we just mentioned. What does Wall Street care about? Can you afford it? Case closed. Case closed. If you can afford it, you might as well be God. You can do anything that can be done, anything that can be done within the market, if you can afford it.
Anything been done with your wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So cosmopolitanism, I guess is deeply egalitarian and pluralistic, I guess, by everything we
Egalitarian
discussed.
in the sense that everyone has access to the market. I mean, it's egalitarian in the sense we can buy a lot of stuff on Amazon or Walmart. We have the opportunity to buy it, but you can't get it if you can't afford it. It's pluralistic in that no holds barred. Anything the market can throw up, you can have access to if you can afford it. If you can afford it, you can do anything you want in America within a neoliberal order. It doesn't have to be America, I mean, anywhere neoliberalism exists institutionally, if you can afford it. So, I would say what you just described is postmodernism institutionalized globally. Michel Foucault would be so happy. Michel Foucault was, it was a philosopher who did that. It embraces globalization and the free movement of people and the transnational links that the neoliberal order made possible. And the neoliberal order did help in winning World War III, the Cold War. It gave value, the good that would come from diverse peoples meeting each other, which is a good thing, sharing their cultures and opening new and hybrid ways of living, which can be good. But the key here is, even if it's not good, that's irrelevant. The market's amoral. The market's neutral. The market only recognizes price. In unfettered capitalism with no state intervention, if you really think about it, everything is only cordoned off or limited or circumscribed by price, meaning can you pay for it?
Yeah, I could easily see why, especially a lot of people my age would probably think yeah, this is a good thing, like the open borders sounds great, multiculturalism sounds great, people from different places come together, happily borrowing each other's work, creating this sort of unity thing. On face value, it seems awesome. It would be most celebrated, characterized by cities, I think, like London, Paris, New York, Hong Kong, San Francisco, Miami,
Global
places
city.
like this. Yeah.
Polyglot cities.
It looks really great like that. And now the existence of such two different moral perspectives, a strength or a weakness for it's not for that neoliberal order. It now kind of comes in those two flavors, I think.
Yeah. And so there's an internal contradiction. I mean, we've just given two different viewpoints within the neoliberal order and the philosophical basis of why they exist. And that's a tension. So, but the strength, the socioeconomic or societal strength of neoliberalism, it's its ability to institutionally, socioeconomically, culturally, philosophically, analytically accommodate what we just said within a common program of political economy. Very different constituencies you just described with radically divergent perspectives on the moral life and then come and both can live and breathe within the neoliberal order. That's powerful. Now, a critical key weakness is in the fact that the cultural battles between these two constituencies, I think they are now starting to erode the hegemony of neoliberal economic principles. The two different perspectives we just described are now being delineated between, say, woke BLM, progressive liberals, and Trump, evangelical, Christian, more rural Republicans. The battle lines are being drawn. The contradictions are being separated institutionally. This is another fracture in neoliberalism.
Yeah, I can see how like that sort of cosmopolitan view would attack the traditionalists for discriminating against, gays, feminists, and illegal immigrants. I can see where that tension now comes in, how that tension then, creates that crack we're talking about here.
Yeah. And the more rural, people and workers would likely attack the cosmopolitans for tolerating virtually any lifestyle, for excusing what they consider deplorable behaviors and exercise and the toleration of differences is how the other side would view it, for showing a higher regard for foreign cultures than for America's own, while living and feeding off, they would say, America's massive bounty, feeling they were quite hypocritical to do so. And you see that in our culture wars now. So you see this fracture growing, not shrinking right now. So that's another alarm bell for neoliberalism.
Yeah, so it all comes down to culture wars.
Well, this is why we're starting to have culture wars. We didn't quite have them in the 70s and even 80s so much when we were fighting communism. We were more unified culturally. So, the reality of this polarization, it certainly contributes to the fracturing of the neoliberal order. So these culture wars, it shouldn't be allowed to obscure the coexistence of the cultural polarization. There's still a broad agreement on principles of political economy. We're not fighting yet. But my point here is at the end of the day, neither group wants government interference, and that's neoliberal. So there's still something connecting them. Nobody wants the government to decide the battle. Nobody wants the government to come in and ref between these two perspectives we discussed. Yet, when they do, that will be a whole nother level of fracture. Until that time, neoliberalism is still powerful within this contradiction.
So does anyone embody this dynamic that like you can think of? You've mentioned people before.
Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich in the 90s. We referred to that earlier. I think they did embody this. This side. Newt was the more moral majority. He literally used to say that moral majority, and Bill Clinton, the progressive view you just described, the sex scandals. I mean, he embodied one point of view and Newt Gingrich the other, and yet they did effectuate a lot of law and compromise behind the scenes. So in the media, they were depicted themselves as opposites, like we've described these views, Levi, and sworn to kill each other, basically.
Yeah.
Clinton offered himself as welcoming racial minorities, feminists, and gays, don't tell in the army, military. Clinton was thought he embodied the spirit of the 60s. Clinton's favorite president was JFK, and he let everybody know it. Free-spirited, character of the new left. Gingrich represented, he's a guardian of the old, the truer American, he would say, one grounded in faith, patriotism, respect for law and order, police, family values, et cetera, et cetera. But both men drew immense prestige, and both men got major electoral victories. Both. 92, Clinton became the first Democrat in 16 years to win the White House. In 96, he became the first Democrat since Roosevelt to win re-election. People forget that. In 94, Newt Gingrich became Speaker of the House when he masterminded the Republicans' first sweep of both houses of Congress since 1952. So I'm giving you an example. Both guys effectuated institutionally and legally. Clinton let China the World Trade Organization, which Newt Gingrich was for. They effectuated neoliberalism globally more than anyone else in a lot of ways. And yet they were polar opposites because neoliberalism's political order connected them. They fought, but they weren't really at war yet. They would come together when it really mattered.
Yeah, if memory serves me, I believe that Gingrich, pledged himself and his party to obstructing Clinton, at every turn. I was a bit young, but I am a student of history in a sense, and I do remember that.
Well, tried to impeach him with Lewinsky, with the sex scandal, and he almost succeeded in really getting rid of Clinton. But, Clinton viewed Gingrich as, an unscrupulous leader of a right-wing conspiracy nut that was only existed to undermine his presidency. So they both had legitimate reasons for not liking each other, and yet promulgated neoliberalism, China, World Trade Organization, welfare reform, etc. Workers' rights and unionization went down under Clinton. Neoliberalism won, despite their feelings to each other.
So I guess like where's the commonality? Like where like you say like they could come together and they could find that common ground and everything. Where does that come in?
Well, despite the hatred for each other, they made a point of exhibiting these two power brokers. They worked together on legislation that shaped America's political order, political economy for a generation. I mean, we are still dealing with China and the World Trade Organization. The behind the scenes collaboration made possible the global triumph of the neoliberal order. Another one right up there with China would be they took down the Glass-Steagall Act, the barrier between commercial banking and more traditional mortgage banking, allowing banking to become a whole level more speculative when they combined forces to get rid of the Glass-Steagall Act, without which there would have been no great financial crisis. So the deregulation of global capital markets came back from the getting along legislatively of Gingrich's Republicans and Clinton's New Left Democrats to free banking and unregulate Wall Street completely, which unintendedly led to the great financial crisis when Wall Street wasn't regulated at all and came up with the security-backed mortgages. So,
all right, then I know I'm bouncing about a bit here. I'm just like a lot of thoughts spinning. Like I believe before you mentioned Friedrich Hayek, in terms of neoliberalism. I guess given his association with like Bitcoin and libertarians, which like I've taken interested in, I've looked at it a bit. Could you give further discussion to his involvement with neoliberalism? I guess is what I'm looking for.
Well, he was the enemy, of neoliberalism. He's an Austrian economist, and for him, spontaneity in his eyes was the only way to prepare for the unknowable future. Society had to maintain a spontaneous self, even at an institutional level, because the future was uncertain. So cultivating a market economy would reward acts of spontaneity and result in larger economic growth and prosperity. So he would be extremely pro Bitcoin on that basis. Take a shot, and preferably without the government. So he'd be a huge fan of Bitcoin. I feel very safe in saying.
All right, and like I know we've talked about before. I've tried various different things in my life, but I do kind of want to be a little more of an independent, business person in my own regard, selling, whether it be insight to me, a little bit of my independent writing, or maybe physical training, but a small business owner, more or less, a little bit of an entrepreneur. So I think a little innovative spontaneity to be key to a business success in some regard. So what philosophically institutionalized this for Hayek, I guess?
Well, spontaneity, it's in his most famous book. It's a huge book, Constitution of Liberty. And he viewed spontaneity as the essence of liberty. So he combines a small business owner and a spontaneity and the entrepreneurial spirit, which Reagan was a huge fan of, as the essence of liberty. So the ability to freely enter the market to make a living for yourself was an expression of art, spontaneity, innovation, and independence and liberty all came together for Hayek. So, a politician who embodied his view and was a business owner, although he was a bigger business owner, was Senator Goldwater. And, he highlighted that, and I quoted Hayek in his presidential campaign. And, Reagan gave a very famous speech advocating for Senator Goldwater, who was slaughtered by LBJ, by the way, in '64. But Reagan gave a very profound speech where you could see Reagan coming, and he was just fine-tuning himself. And he was also, Ronald Reagan was an avid reader of Hayek. So the connections are not happenstance between neoliberalism and Friedrich Hayek and the Austrian School of Economics, which is heavy libertarian, but the Republican Party, Reagan and Goldwater picked it up. Goldwater unsuccessful in '64, Reagan successfully in 1980.
So then for Hayek, freedom to do business was set down by the founding fathers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Hayek regarded the U.S. Constitution of 1789 as the governing framework. I mean, it was the most important document that nurtured freedom realistically, institutionally for humans in the world. So the American experiment, he was not an American citizen. For him was to be cherished, celebrated, and protected at all costs. And in that regard, Hayek, Reagan, and Goldwater were all singing from the same hymn book.
Now, all right. Now, I guess latch onto that a little bit. Now, this aspect of neoliberalism, it differs from the other two aspects you discussed, which emphasize control, political and ideologically speaking.
Yes, that control was to reinstate institutionally the free market against the excesses of the state in FDR's New Deal. And ironically, Reagan used the state to deregulate the state and empower the free market. Just like, look, Newt Gingrich and Clinton are referred to, they used the state, Congress, to negate the law preventing commercial banking and regular banking to entwine, and they use the state to deregulate banking to allow what ended up becoming structured finance or securitization. So if you want to understand the power of the neoliberal ideology, you got to grasp this desire not just for control, but to re-inject freedom, which oftentimes means deregulate. They want to re-inject freedom, or to use Hayek's word, spontaneity, and even unpredictability, because that's correlated with freedom into politics, society, and economics. It's across the board. Remember, it's a vision of the good life, and the good life is beyond just money or economics. It involves society and politics as well. So this desire is what Hayek meant when he talked about creating the conditions in which the unexpected, the brilliant, and the revelatory and the artistic could appear, and what Reagan put in more common parlance is the American dream. And freedom and the American dream are tightly wound together, and there is no American dream without the market getting fair play. And that's what Reagan sold or advocated. That was his vision.
All right. So I guess since you keep kind of mentioning FDR's New Deal, I guess how do neoliberalism, how did it basically take over the world after communism fell? Like give me that layout.
All right. In the 1990s, corporate capital still wanted the U.S. government's assistance in opening up international markets. So the irony is, again, we're using the state, the U.S. government that's preeminent after the communists fell, the Soviet Empire fell, to open up global markets. In a world cleared of international communism, its biggest opponent, capitalism, capital and its corporate management, Wall Street, they felt the need to compromise with labor less and less. So by 2000, corporate capital, Wall Street, felt ready to go fully global without any regulatory restraints, since nationalization of capital was no longer a threat anymore. So that's where you have the Glass-Steagall Act going down around 2000. That's not a coincidence. You have China coming to the World Trade Organization between 1998 and 2001. Not a coincidence. So Wall Street was getting its legs going, and it was going to go global.
So then after 1991, no country movement in the world was in a position, or at least so it seemed, to challenge the capitalist neoliberal way of organizing economic life. I guess there was no longer a need for capitalists to, purchase insurance against such challenges by paying, American workers the high wages the New Deal, that order demanded.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct. I mean, ironically, worse still, the high wage insurance policies, they could be dropped in toto, and labor protest against wage cuts ignored. Or they could be met by threats to ship production abroad, which we did. We moved a lot of our manufacturing base to China. So if you threaten to unionize or strike, I'll just move the entire, which is legal. I'll move the entire factory, legal under the Taft-Hartley Act. I'll move the entire factory to China. And that happened a lot, and it's still happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little ironic now looking at it.
The defenders of this hyper-globalized capitalist order, they argued that whatever American workers lost in wages would be counterbalanced by fall in the retail or consumer price of products now manufactured abroad for a fraction of their former cost, because they were using slave labor and they weren't paying for tech through trademarks or patents because they usually oftentimes stole it. So of course this utterly fails to ask, how do I pay for these cheaper goods if my wages are cut to the bone or worse? So what this, I've been replaced by a slave in China working under conditions no American worker would tolerate without grabbing a Second Amendment gun. And so if I lose my job, I can't pay for the cheaper stuff. So it's the Americans who kept their jobs, corporate management and the wealthy, the top 10%, the top 20% of America, that disproportionately benefited from the cheaper consumer products, not the unemployed, which were growing.
Yeah, so in summation, like unions were in trouble after communism fell. Like they took a downturn.
To be clear, private unions, yes, public unions, no.
Okay.
Government workers, who were already protected, and government workers have always been well protected because the theory was, if you're a police officer, you work for the government, so we're going to treat you well. They can never be fired willy-nilly because you can't unionize. Government workers were precluded oftentimes if it was necessary to society, like the police or firemen, because if you strike, we don't have a police force. If the firemen strike, we can't put out a fire. So we're going to treat you kind of quasi like you're a union, but not quite. So, but you can't unionize. Well, they in the 70s and 80s said the hell with it, and they unionized, and they did it successfully, such that now government workers have unions and they're super protected, ironically, overprotected, I would argue, and private workers don't have any protection. So government workers of all stripes, state, federal, municipal, and national, they can't be fired, basically. They cannot. And they are overwhelmingly promoted based only on seniority and not job skills, productivity, or competence. And this is true now. And this gives unions a bad name, and it gives it a black eye, But in the private sector, which is the largest sector by far these days, it's every man for himself. It's essentially a tropical jungle in the private sector and a working cemetery in the public. It's ridiculous. It's dichotomous, dualistic, unfair. And that's why everybody wants a government job. You're on easy street, because if you're not, you're all on your own. You're competing against slave labor. It's fundamentally not fair. Hence the word fair trade.
Yeah, it comes from someone who's worked both for private institutions and government institutions. So you have a government job is quite cushiony in terms of the amount of labor you have to put in and the amount you get out of it.
Not to mention the pension, the benefits, the holidays, the sick leave. American workers don't get pensions. You're lucky if you got a 401k. The company gives 3%.
Yeah, it's something different. But unions, coming back to unions real quick. Union numbers, I guess, seem to were falling before communism, though.
Yeah, but by the 1990s, membership in trade unions had almost halved since Nixon presidency, like 29 to 16% of the workforce, the non-agricultural workforce. So public sector unions held their own, because we just talked about this in the 90s. So they did just fine. But private sector workers were getting clobbered, and still are.
Mm-hmm. All right. But private employers, were not so constrained, like the ease with which they could shift production abroad, in this post-communist global capitalist world, incentivized them to resist their workers' demands for better wages, and working conditions as well. Is that a fair assessment?
Oh yeah, the ability, because the technology got smaller, it was easier and easier, not to mention software applications when that kicked in later on. It became easier and easier to move the workforce, the factory or the firm, to another country with less cost. So by 2000, the percentage of American workers in the private sector in the union, it sunk to 9%. That hadn't been seen since the early 30s, when the unions were using the mob, the mafia, to fight the police in the streets. There was a massive labor rebellion in the 30s that propelled the New Deal into existence. So ironically, you have the precondition of the New Deal, labor rebellion of the 30s, the same number, 9% in unions, you do today. Does this mean we're on the verge of a New Deal? I don't know. But back to 2000, a key point, probably because it's 2000, I'm using it, but the institutional matrix that brought labor such important gains during the New Deal, it had been largely wiped out by 2000. With China coming to the World Trade Organization, the Glass-Steagall Act, it set the tone. And keep in mind, this was all under the Democrats, under Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton and the Democrats controlled the White House for most of the 90s. It was under Clinton the union suffered the knockout blow, not Republican.
Hmm. I guess did this de-unionization have any social economic effect in the U.S. in any regard, or?
I can't say the deunionization was the sole cause, but I would argue it's certainly correlated to, during this time, income inequality rose sharply in these circumstances. The middle class is getting slaughtered. The American dream is gone. No more you getting a house and a white picket fence, with a blue collar job, like they were in the, we're falling back yet again, I say, to the pre-New Deal levels. Between 1980 and 2005, the top 5% of income earners received more than 80% of the nation's increase in income. So what we gained in those years, 80% went to the top 5%, thereby doubling their share of the nation's overall wealth. I mean, that's criminal. And another factor, fact, the ratio of CEO, corporate executives, annual earnings to the average worker earnings, they tripled in the 25 years between the 60s and 1990. In Japan, a worker wouldn't make, but maybe a Japanese CEO in the 80s might make 7, maybe 12 times more than a worker. In America, it's hundreds of times, And in the 10 years after the fall of communism, it tripled again. Until then, the CEO was earning in a year, and this is hard to believe, 368 times what the average worker was bringing home in his or her paycheck. And you got to keep in mind, in 1965, that ratio had been 20 times the average American worker's pay. So in 1965, your average worker on a factory floor and the CEO of Ford or Chrysler, on average, made 20 times more than the average worker. Well, that's, and in Japan, it was like 12 in the 80s. So they're not that far off. 400 times is the average. This is insanity. This can't keep up.
All right, there's a lot of feelings and thoughts here, but to try to keep us a little bit on track, I think the thing I'm latching onto right now is I always hear that the unemployment decreased under President Clinton, though. It's
yeah. President Biden in his State of the Union address recently said that more Americans are working 2 jobs now than ever before. They have less health benefits than before Obama, and and a lot of these jobs were just regained for what we lost in COVID. So these stats, you got to be very leery. They can become easily politicized. So there were benefits to the labor market in the 90s, especially in terms of job creation and declining unemployment. But here's the key but. The increase in the number of jobs was not matched by increase in pay. Don't ever let a president of any party talk about an increase in number of jobs if it's not contextualized in terms of increase in pay in relation to inflation. Increase of pay has to be in relation to inflation. So an overabundance of crappy jobs under the Clinton years is nothing to brag about in my mind. So the inadequacy of wages is critical, and it forced more and more households in the 90s to depend on the earnings of 2 or more members. Women really started joining men in the workforce in large numbers in the 90s, and people forget about that. Why? Because men were working more and making less. Women join the workforce, well, then there's a job increase. Everyone's getting paid less, more people are working. Is that a win? I don't think so.
Yeah, I recall women joining the workforce was hailed as a feminist advance, signaling employment opportunities for women that had not been there before.
Yeah, that's here we go again, politicizing a statistic your way. The truth is most women did not have a choice about whether they wanted to work. Their families required, demanded, necessitated the income. Moreover, many jobs have become less secure than they'd once been, since more and more workers could be fired at will. They're called at will workers. You don't have a union to protect you. So now more workers could be fired. You're not even working with minimum security. And more households suffered an income decline of 25% or more a year from getting fired from better jobs. So when they lost a better job and they got a new job, it on average was a huge pay cut. And this occurred throughout the 90s. So, and this is occurring now as well. People are getting jobs, remote or with otherwise, that are having less and less benefits, less pay. Right now, wages have gone down 4.5% in the last 2 years, productivity 6%. So inflation is through the roof. I mean, high, it's even admitted by the Biden administration to be 10%. When you contextualize all these facts, it puts the job creation argument in a very different light. So no matter what party's advocating or promoting job increase, it needs to be contextualized.
Yeah, that type of decrease in income would necessitate two incomes for many families. I know I've held two jobs before, so has Anya in the past. But with the New Deal discredited and neoliberalism, free market capitalism running most of the globe, could Americans, practically speaking, of course, even imagine organizing a world on something other than capitalist principles? Is that like
I would say
something
no, it wasn't even on the agenda. It wasn't in the mindset. So all of a sudden we had the great financial crisis in 2008, 7, 8, 9, then all of a sudden, things change, and I think too, there was a philosophy from Francis Fukuyama in his book, The End of History and The Last Man, published in 1992, that kind of said, we reached the Hegelian commanding heights. This is as good as it's going to get. History's over. We've done it. This is it. So from Fukuyama's first book, The End of History, until the great financial crisis, 18 years roughly, people thought, and I did, it was over. We won the Cold War. This was the new reality indefinitely, possibly forever. I know that sounds crazy now, but then when the wall fell, it was such a magnificent win. It was global. We won the world. History's over. It's going to be kind of like this forever. So,
forgive me, I don't really know who Francis Fukuyama is.
He was a fierce critic of communism, Fukuyama, but he did respect the radicalism of communism's critique of liberal democracy. And communism, he argued, it created spaces, geopolitical and ideological, in which capitalism could be challenged, confronted, faced off. Communists, like capitalists, made their creed available to people around the globe, irrespective, and this was unique about communism, irrespective of nationality, ethnicity, religion, or creed, or race. So in that sense, it was a viable competitor to capitalism. So the fall of communism, in his eyes, meant that the last universal, not taking the aforementioned into account, alternative to capitalism was gone. So by definition, liberal democracy, America, as a way of organizing economic and political life, was triumphant. There was no other viable competitor. You couldn't get more universalistic than communism, which was a radical extension of the French Enlightenment. So capitalism was never going to have another competitor. So it's over. Checkmate. This is it. History's over.
Yeah, but many other countries, though, especially in like Western Europe, people still voted for social democratic parties, committed to a strong welfare state, limited on the inequalities between rich and poor, investments in public goods, parks, the arts, strong public transport systems, and and similar things, that still existed.
Yes, but those social democratic parties had themselves once been socialists, more radical. But by the 1990s, those countries you're alluding to, the Scandinavian countries, which the progressives will still allude to, they were increasingly, reformist, technocratic in orientation. They were mainly more about maintaining the status quo. They were not promoting, exporting communism like the Soviet Empire. They didn't inspire the rest of the world at all. Nobody was inspired by the aforementioned, what you just said, with dreams of secular emancipation from, living like Sweden or Finland or Denmark or whatever. Like the parties of the left had been, for 200 years since the French Revolution, communism had ignited people from the revolution of 1848 that Karl Marx and Engels participated in, Engels not so much, but till 1991. And I mean, motivated to the point of killing you and killing their own. So the Swedes and the Scandinavian countries were not of that sort that you just alluded to. They were not going to execute history. So that was over.
So then with the New Deal, in complete disarray, what does the American left do at that point?
It's done what it's done, which is turned to identity politics. I mean, look at the last 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, the American left is all about identity politics. So,
I can't argue against that. But I guess my follow-up to that would be: does neoliberalism see this as a threat of any kind?
Joe Biden doesn't see it as a threat, and he's as neoliberalist as you get. So the answer is no. No, not really. These struggles over identity generated a lot of, conflict, maybe culture wars, but they don't threaten the regime, of capital accumulation as communism once did. Identity politics is not threatening Wall Street like the Soviet Empire did. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. Wall Street is not worried about identity politics at all. So long as you make the money, they don't care what you identify as. You identify as a cardboard box. Multiculturalism, cosmopolitanism, another word we use now, globalization, could and did thrive, and it thrives right now under the Biden administration, under the conditions of neoliberalism, even as pressure on the capitalist elites in our Northeast, especially, and their supporters to compromise with the working class are vanishing. So while the progressives are keeping us occupied with identity politics and not threatening Wall Street at all, the working class of Americans in the flyover states are getting crushed. So then
regardless of how people may feel about identity politics, whether they're relevant or not relevant to them on a personal level, they're not really helping the working class, the poor, or the disenfranchised. It's not.
Hell no. Hell no, they're not. Far from it. The exact opposite. If you're super rich and female, you get affirmative action. Hillary Clinton gets affirmative action if it follows for a job. It has no basis whatsoever in working class or being poor. The poorest white male gets no affirmative action. The richest, most affluent African American absolutely gets affirmative action. So if an employer at a big corporation has to hire a woman, for example, you think they're going to hire a woman from an elite Harvard background or a poor white woman from West Virginia? This analysis holds true for African Americans, homosexuals, Latinos, or any other classification the globalizing left comes up with.
Okay, all right. So I guess so this movement is actually distracting America from seeing American worker wages continue to fall from the neoliberal, I guess, cutting the cost of labor by outsourcing much of it to the communist China, for example.
Obviously, yes, absolutely. Total distraction. If you care about wages and the socioeconomic issues we've been discussing, sure. Wall Street could care less about that.
All right, then let's take a step back just for 1 second here. The collapse of communism, it opened up the entire world to capitalist penetration, shrank the imagination and ideological space in which opposition to capitalism, to capitalist thought, and practices might incubate. And I guess from there, I'm just trying to say, I guess, and impelled, those who remain leftists to redefine their radicalism and alternative terms, I guess I would say, which in turn, it turned out to be that capitalist systems could more easily manage, I would say, like multiculturalism, globalization, and identity politics. Is that, I know I'm just trying to piece this together it's a lot to kind of pull together, but I'm kind of coming more.
I would say it's not bad. It's a little wordy, but I think that is the exact moment when neoliberalism in the US went from being a political movement to a political order. And I would argue it came under the Clinton administration. It was a Democrat. So party affiliation is kind of secondary.
Yeah, and forgive me my wordiness. It's just like this is much more your language than mine. Economics is its own language, and I'm always trying to keep up. I'm always aspiring to do better. But in regards to the Clinton administration, though, I guess because President Clinton was working tirelessly behind the scenes to get communist China into the World Trade Organization, to enable Wall Street to outsource American jobs, which they sold to America by promising cheaper consumer goods, I believe.
And to be fair to Wall Street, they did deliver on that. I mean, a 50-inch TV did get cheaper, and the stock market did boom because it did reduce corporate costs. Oftentimes for firms, corporations, manufacturers, your biggest cost in a product is labor. And if you can reduce labor costs by going to China, you increase the profits of your company, which increases stock prices. So it's no fluke that stock prices went up, but this is the demarcation. This is the end of the marriage between Main Street and Wall Street. The war between Main Street and Wall Street now occurs. It's not just about cheaper consumer goods. That led to lower labor costs, higher corporate profits, which means higher stock prices. So retirees, 401ks are happy, Wall Street's happy, and Americans are out of a job on Main Street. Now we're getting a serious problem here between Wall Street and Main Street. They're not talking to each other anymore.
Yeah, because like the long-term effect of this was job loss, loss of jobs and much lower wages for American workers, to the point that we today are left with this ever-increasing gig economy. Like I mentioned before, like I've had several jobs before at once. In college, I had three, at some points. And this is the same for the American worker, where one American worker has to work 2+ jobs with no benefits. I've been there.
Unless you work for the government, or a large corporation.
Which
by and large corporation of the government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which I can attest to. I've had those government jobs before. Very, very nice, sort of cushion to you can always kind of fall back on. But back to President Clinton real quick. He also was for increasing rights for homosexuals and women, though, at the same time.
Even while voting for welfare reform, which is a neoliberal agenda. Remember, the neoliberals aren't against increasing rights for homosexuals and women. So he's also doing welfare reform. None of this conflicts with the neoliberal. We've discussed this. So meaning, less, but when I say Clinton welfare reform, let me be quite clear. That means less welfare, less of a safety net for the poor. So Bill Clinton, the Democrat, was voting for less of a safety net for the poor. And he also imposed tougher criminal penalties, which also disproportionately fell on the urban poor. So the urban poor under Clinton took a hit. How he's managed and Hillary Clinton not to take the black eye for this amongst African Americans is beyond me. I don't know how he managed to pull it off. He is a charismatic and phenomenal politician in that regard.
The power of cool is something else, Emir. I'm going to tell you
that
right
now. Play the saxophone and you can do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want, my man. And we're boxers. Yeah. But in the long run, though, like the urban poor and American workers, especially in rural areas, as you already mentioned, would suffer greatly from what started, to steamroll in the Clinton administration. Yeah.
And, like I said, cheap prices don't matter when I don't have a job. But when I get a job, there's no benefits and I can be fired at will because I'm not union. I mean, that's the heart of what we're talking about here. And President Clinton empowered Wall Street and communist China. And like we said before, many Republicans were right there with them. And, we call them rhinos now. Mitt Romney being an absolutely picture perfect example of vulture capitalism. So,
now that very dynamic right there, coupled with the great financial crisis, that my generation loves to talk about, it would bring the two new socioeconomic paradigms under populist President Trump and the more progressive social democrat, Marxist, however you want to brand, him, Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. I think that's well said. Yes, I agree.
But I do want to bring up one point is like through all this, we did kind of skip over Bush's presidency in '88.
He had 4 years, but the short-term problem Bush faced, senior, was that he had a recession in 1991, which cost 4.5 million Americans their jobs and raised unemployment to 7.8%, the highest level in a decade. So that was bad for him. It definitely was a kicker why he didn't get reelected. But the deeper problem was not a cyclical downturn, but the long-term erosion of America's manufacturing base. What good would Bush's victory over the Soviet Union, and against Saddam Hussein, because he had the highest ratings of any president in popularity when they polled in U.S. history. It was like 90% after the first Gulf War. But Americans kind of asked themselves after, and it was only months later he lost to Bill Clinton, which is shocking to go from the highest rating to losing. But Ross Perot was a huge factor in that. Had Ross Perot not run, I think Bush would have won. Ross took more Republican votes than Democrat, I believe. But what does it matter about defeating the Soviet Empire if what Reagan said was the American dream, and the American dream has to have economic prosperity, according to Hayek, spontaneity, Reagan, what he said, Milton Friedman, Thatcher. Where is it? If we won the war, and then we have all this unemployment and a recession, the recession made the victory over the Soviet Empire, 4.5 million jobs is no small amount, kind of bittersweet, and it made America stop and think. And remember Bill Clinton's campaign. James Carville said it. The heart of the election was this: it's the economy, stupid. It's the economy, stupid. You heard that thousands and thousands of times. That was, Obama was hope and change, right? Bill Clinton's motto was, it's the economy, stupid, which I must say was a very poignant and hard-hitting, if not self-evident, truism. And Bill Clinton focused on jobs, and George Bush Sr. focused on the win and his foreign policy, which was very impressive. But at the end of the day, for most Americans, foreign policy and defeating the Soviet Empire was about, remember, the vision of the good life. And the essence of the vision of the good life first comes to is the economy stupid more than anything else. So I think Bill Clinton got him on that.
Yeah, and all this was kind of very well articulated in the '92 presidential campaign by Ross Perot. You know, the precursor to
Big time,
Trumpian economics sort of thing. Yeah, so okay, we talked about neoliberalism's penchant for innovation, let's say, and like capitalism's spontaneity run wild. Like, is there a dark side to this sort of viewpoint?
Well, I mean, in terms of tech, the internet and social media, I mean, let's go back in time. I recall some critics tried to warn Americans that not every aspect of the internet age was new and beautiful. For example, in the Gilded Age in American history, the 1870s to 1890s, it offered a cautionary tale of stunning technological breakthrough and industrial creativity. And everyone said that was it was global order, international trade. England's Navy protected everything. Chicago had fairs that people couldn't believe what was going on. The American economy was booming. This was a new world order. If you'd have talked to people in Chicago after the Chicago Fair in the 1990s, they would have said, man, this is new. And then all of a sudden World War I hit, Tweed, the Antitrust Sherman Act hit because you had Standard Oil, monopolies hit, corruption, you had the muckrakers, income inequality. Jack London wrote a lot about it. So all of a sudden, the Wobblies got 10% of the vote in 1900 and 1910. They were basically social communist precursors. So from 1870 to 90 to all of a sudden 1890 to 1910, boom, monopoly, corruption, inequality. It didn't turn out like we thought. And I would argue the same for the internet. So,
yeah, I remember. I mean, high school seems so long ago at this point, but back then when I was learning about the Gilded Age, like the first time, when a previous generation of innovators was transforming America, when we went from farmers to like urban industrialists, that's kind of that's what it was all kind of like viewed as.
Yeah. And the innovators then were the captains of industry, railroads, remember AT&T, telephone, telegraph wires, lots of inventions going on. Many of them still affect our lives. Steel production going through the roof, oil and gas, Standard Oil kicking in, electricity, manufacturing. I mean, new chemicals, everything was going off all cylinders. So it was easy to believe in a new age.
Yeah, but for all that brilliance of their work and generating capital, jobs, new products, everything you just mentioned, these corporate innovators were also kind of ruthless in the pursuit of economic and also political power.
I mean, I've referred to it, but Ida Tarbell, Lincoln Stevens, they were the muckrakers I was referring to earlier, the journalists who were relentless in their efforts to expose the unsavory practices of Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, the robber barons. We don't have an independent press like that now, apparently. I don't know where the hell our muckrakers are, but the muckrakers then, they laid bare, for the reading public, like you just alluded to, these men's insatiable desire or drive for power and profits, and their single-minded determination to crush all competition, which took the socioeconomic form of monopolies, which the Sherman Antitrust Act and Teddy Roosevelt had to deal with. So it didn't end up all peaches and cream like we thought in the 1870s.
Yeah, and I can't help but see like a similarity between, if like people are looking for more of a modern example, kind of like Zuckerberg with Facebook.
Absolutely. Big tech censorship, same thing. Zuckerberg's, to my mind, is no different than the excesses of Vanderbilt and JP Morgan, or Bill Gates. Before he became so rich, the only thing left for him to do was avoid taxes with his various nonprofit foundations, and his 501Cs, which, by the way, should all get audited. But, Bill Gates rose by crushing and incorporating tons and tons of companies into Microsoft, and needed a Supreme Court decision to save him. And, now it's easy to put on a happy face, but there were a lot of bodies on the road to Microsoft's creation.
Yeah. So I do remember all the stories of Bill Gates, buying up companies or creating smaller companies to compete with them to ultimately buy them out. But
that's right.
But ultimately, at the end of the day, high tech and social media are those very, robber barons that you alluded to. Those are the modern day ones, right?
Yeah, because they can have monopolies because of the network effect. First one in wins, and the internet's global. So once you're in and you're set up, how do you compete? How do you defeat that monopoly? I would even say they're more integrated structurally, socioeconomically, and institutionally than the robber barons. So the car would compete with the railroad. I don't see that happening right now. But in terms of controlling the mind and will of America, what you just said for sure is true. But when these industries took form, though, let's go back in time to the 90s, okay?
Yeah.
They were hailed as technocratic messiahs, just like oil and gas was and railroads were when they first started. So Bill Gates and, Word and Steve Jobs and computers and all this stuff, they were technocratic messiahs, and it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, just like railroads, telegraph, the phone, and TV all at one time. That was like the epitome of
All
the
of
newest
them.
technology. Yeah.
The titans of the 1990s telecommunications industry had more in common with Johnny Rockefeller and Carnegie and all the other robber barons than anyone thought. Everybody sits around commenting on the coming of the new telecommunications age. Well, let me break the news to you. It's not new. At the time, the telegraph was just as stunning as the internet. It shrunk the world for most people, practically speaking, just as much as the internet. It's the same old plundering of public resources. The telegraph took up space 10 feet above you with the wires. The internet has its own infrastructure. So, now you just have funnier, different looking real estate. You can't see it. It's cyber reality, the internet, NFTs, and so on. But it's still there. It's still there.
All right. So, I guess then that kind of leads us to here. What is the last big push for neoliberalism then?
Well, we're talking about it now. I'd say the deregulation and unshackling of the telecommunications industry and Wall Street finance. Stiegel Act, knocking that out, which is in full. That's when full free market capitalism was achieved in the United States in the 90s with telecommunications, the internet breaking free, and the banks breaking free. When Wall Street, the banks broke free from Stiegel Act, Glass-Steagall Act, and telecommunications, internet took over our public resources. That's it. Global finance, neoliberalism, unfettered capitalism, globalization. We're here. We're done.
Yeah, so this already happened in the 90s then.
The unshackling went under the name, there was a specific name at the time. If you look at the press and go back on the internet, you'll find it, financial modernization. That's the word they use. We use globalization now. They just switch the words. The meaning's the same. Financial modernization. As with the media industry, the finance industry was seen by groups on both sides of the political aisle, Democrat, Republican, as hobbled by outdated regulatory regime for the New Deal order, and that was that.
So then what was the key piece of, regulatory legislation both parties kind of wanted gone? Dismantled or...
It's what I've referred to many times now. The key piece was the Glass-Steagall Act of 1933. That was it.
Well, actually, look, you've mentioned that a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know what that is. So what did this actually do? This
Glass-Steagall Act.
Yeah.
It imposed an entire framework, a regime of regulation on Wall Street, and it prevented a recurrence of the wild speculation in trades in the stock market that led to the Great Crash, the Great Depression, the Great Crash of 1929. So,
all right. So how did it manage that? How did it do that?
And after the Great Depression, how it did it, or how it was supposed to do it, and it did do that, in my opinion. It separated investment banking and commercial banking, and that was the heart of the Glass-Steagall Act. Investment banks were to underwrite loans to corporations looking to expand their business, more risky, handle stock offerings, trade securities, and process mergers and acquisitions, sophisticated Wall Street stuff. And those banks, investment banks, Goldman Sachs, for example, were banned from the retail or commercial banking sector. And yet, in the great financial crisis, when this was eliminated, Goldman Sachs, Stearns, Lehman Brothers, investment banks, they were dealing with mortgages, right? Securitization of mortgages. So the Glass-Steagall Act precluded that. So, the commercial banking sector, the institution where ordinary Americans had their checking and saving accounts and mortgages and equity loans, could not work with, interface with, merge with, be acquired by investment banks. That all went away in the Clinton, George Bush administrations. And it set up the great financial crisis by allowing Stearns, Lehman Brothers, Goldman Sachs, so on and so forth, to start getting into the securitization of home mortgages. And then we're off to the races.
Yeah, so then investment banks were explicitly barred from gaining control interests in commercial banks or from using money, commercial bank depositors' accounts
Yes.
for corporate investments, underwriting, what have you.
Yes, that's exactly right. So, the Federal Reserve was given the authority to regulate commercial banking, and the FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, was set up to guarantee the savings of commercial bank customers, which most Americans know about, deal with. So commercial banks, they had to be chartered in particular states, and they were not allowed to do business in other states. So it got heavy regulation. And what that did was it prevented consolidation and monopolies from developing in the commercial banking sector. And commercial banks were allowed to invest only 10% of their reserves in private securities, which is risky. So they couldn't invest in risky stuff, which is why they tended to stick with mortgages, real estate, long-term investments. They knew their customers. They couldn't go out of state. So that's why when you got a mortgage, your bank knew you. You generally stuck with that bank for 30 years. You had a relationship banking. When it got securitized, you didn't know who had your mortgage. It became impersonal. It became a market. It became a stock, and it changed the whole dynamic.
But you could still trade government securities, right? Because they were deemed to be safe since they were backed by federal government guarantees.
Yes, and interest on checking accounts was non-existent, and interest on saving accounts was very low. So at the time, money market funds did not exist. So it was a different world. All these things changed when it got deregulated.
So what effect did this have on Americans, like when it was enacted? Like what actually did it do?
Well, Glass-Steagall, along with other regulatory legislation in the 30s, at that time, it restored confidence in the U.S. banking sector by putting it on a stable footing, and FDR did a good job with that. During that era, the New Deal era, if you can believe it, banks actually took a back seat to the corporate giants of manufacturing. Manufacturing was more important than banking. So General Ford, U.S. Steel, Standard Oil of Ohio, which became like Exxon, DuPont, Boeing, whatever, Lockheed Martin, they drove the economy, not banks. Banks provided essential services to the manufacturing corporations, but they were not the economy's leading edge, which is the exact opposite today, where a lot of innovation is financial and not in manufacturing.
But wasn't it like the era of like bankers' hours, gently, 10 to 4 work days, and of cozy and cordial relationships among the various Wall Street firms, that undernote loans and public offerings for corporations, all that, like, wasn't that?
Absolutely, because they weren't expected to do a lot. They had an easy life. They weren't cutting edge, Within the savings and loan industry, they had a thing called, not 10 to 4, as you put it, but 363, give depositors 3% on their savings, use those deposits as the basis of loans. You issue a homeowner a mortgage at 6%, and then you're on the golf course by 3 p.m. It was simple, it wasn't complicated, and it worked. And the focus of the economy was on corporate manufacturing.
Then what changed this? Like, why this go away?
The other side of the coin that drove the neoliberalism order to go global was the telecommunications industry. They were dissatisfied with the regulatory regime that was from the 70s. When finance got reformed, they got their big success in the pension industry. So it was for telecommunications got changed. Well, this all changed when telecommunications got deregulated and finance got deregulated. But the deregulation with finance first came in the pension industry.
But weren't like pensions a success of unions from the New Deal order? Like, wasn't that already something?
Yeah, it's true. Pensions were help American workers, and it was a byproduct of the New Deal order. Yes. So unions forced employers to set aside funds that they could give to employees after their retirement. So it was a big win for employees.
I guess these huge pools of investable capital that sprang up as successful unions will spread these pension plans to more and, a bunch of sectors of the economy. we're looking pretty, I would say pretty juicy to the banks, I would imagine.
Absolutely, and as non-union employers, sought to forestall unionization, by volunteering and giving workers union grade pension plans of their own, the amount of capital, it just grew. It became gargantuan. So more and more banks, commercial and investment, wanted to get their hands on these funds, and that greatly increased the pressure to deregulate finance in the process. So it was coming from there.
So then what triggered the breakthrough? I mean, it always seems to be like law with unintended consequences.
It was. And, in the 70s, employers won legislation in Congress allowing them to replace defined benefit plans with defined contribution plans. They would eventually become 401ks. So, the former were basically pensions, and they promised every employee a set of monthly payment upon retirement and continuing until death. 401k, you get whatever the market gets for you, which is what most workers have today.
Yeah, and I know like some of the jobs I've had in the past, I know like my work, but a defined contribution specifically promises every employee something else entirely, a monthly supplement to his or her paycheck paid to an individual retirement account, like what most people would know as an IRA.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly right. Upon retirement, these supplements, they serve as the employee's pension, but the retiree is obligated to withdraw a minimum amount annually for living expenses, and it keeps going until the fund's exhausted or the pensioner dies. So the pension is preferred, is better for the worker, but it's more costly.
Yeah, of course. Like, and just to be clear, like an employer would much prefer the defined contribution plan to be the defined benefit plan, since, just call a spade a spade, it makes pensioners dependent on their own funds, unable to make claims on the employer for monthly checks that could continue for 20 to 30 or even upwards of like 40 years after retirement.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, Americans started living longer in the 90s, and that worked to the detriment of the pensions, and some companies were just going to go bankrupt if they paid the pension. So, and if you're a small business, you're done, but generally the law applied to the largest companies like Ford and GM. They're the only ones that gave pensions. But as a result of these changes from the 1970s, millions of American employees began to accumulate, as you put it, IRA funds. So the cumulative size of this pot went from millions to billions and eventually trillions. And so the pressure for commercial and investment banks to sink their teeth into that was like a vampire in a blood bank. Insane.
So what calls to dismantle the Glass-Steagall Act? Like when did that begin to mount?
The Reagan administration, responded to this stuff in the 70s by freeing a portion of the commercial banking industry. It was called the savings and loan sector from regulations. It deregulated the savings and loan industry. So you saw it happening then. But it did so without eliminating the FDIC insurance. So that was in place in the 1930s. So it wasn't totally deregulated, okay? And what that did is the federal government promises to bail out any individual depositor. We all have that still, up to a certain amount of money if the bank fails. So the federal government would save the individual depositor if the savings and loan took excessive risks, which they did when they were deregulated, which led to the financial crash of 1987 and 1988. So even then, when they deregulated savings and loan, it wasn't long after we had a financial crisis based on that deregulation, which should have been a warning to not deregulate Wall Street in toto with the elimination of the Glass-Steagall Act, which was the mother lode of regulation.
So did the financial crash actually end calls to dismount, Glass-Steagall, like that happened?
No, you would think so. But no, it's talking about Wall Street. Money's money. It stalled it. I would say it stalled it for a decade, but it didn't, it didn't. The movement for financial deregulation hit, and it was fortified ideologically, philosophically by the IT revolution,
Okay, wait. So how does the IT revolution have a play in transforming banking? And I can imagine a little bit, but I'm sure you know more than I do. So
the IT revolution convinced a lot of people that the ongoing tech transformation, the dot-com mania, was changing structurally and fundamentally the relationship between risk and reward. They weren't so highly correlated. In other words, the IT tech and software had created, highly trained finance experts from Wall Street, as opposed to the amateurs who ran the savings and loans. So that's how they got rid of the savings loans crisis. They didn't have computers. They didn't have software that assessed risk. So the savings and loan people were Neanderthals, amateurs, pre-computer, pre-word. So these guys now in the 90s possess the IT, the ability to crunch data, the ability to manage risk in new ways that had never been possible using newfangled software that seemed like magic, got rid of risk. So we didn't need to worry about the savings and loan fiasco anymore. Let's move on.
Yes, like calculators, I guess at this point were a little bit of a thing in the past.
They were passe. They were passe. But if numbers came from software, if numbers came from a calculator, but if it came from software, it might as well come from God Almighty himself. That was the view. So the fullness and the instantaneity of the information that computers could shoot out on Wall Street, people were mesmerized, people, politicians, banks, people with money, and it convinced everyone, really, culturally, philosophically, socioeconomically, that market perfection was in the grasp of high finance. Wall Street had done it.
Yeah, and under these new finance realities, by definition, that would make more existing government regulation superfluous, more or less, and actually impediment to economic growth and development.
Yeah, if you've got software, and I'm using regulation from the 1930s, if I just argued the saving and loans was passe, calculators were passe, what would I think about regulations from the 1930s? New Deal, Depression, Glass-Steagall Act. We might as well be talking about the missing link. This is ridiculous. Software, it had changed everything. So the IT revolution was inadvertently critical in expanding the neoliberal paradigm world order to go global and to give Wall Street supreme power. So new information tech made it possible to shrink and supposedly eliminate risk, and to smooth out the highs and lows of the business cycle, which they've been trying to do since day one. So, it would be best, like you said, the neoliberals argued what you said, if government would just get the hell out of the way. So they conceded, neoliberals weren't stupid. They conceded the Glass-Steagall Act had been necessary back then, pre-IT. But now, given the tech revolution, because it fundamentally changed business, the dot-com era, and a lot of Harvard business professors were with this now. If you go back and look at their books, Harvard was with it. It was no longer needed, the Glass-Steagall Act, and it was actually hurting economic growth. So it wasn't just Wall Street. They had higher ed behind them too.
So then in that context, banking modernization was not only still desirable, but essential to our nation's economic future and all our prospects.
Yes, and that's why they used that word then. Look how the word fit what we just said. They called it financial modernization, finance modernization. The IT was modernizing everything. And that's always a good thing, right? Who's against modernization? It makes you feel like a moron if you're against it. So the new discipline specifically was called financial engineering. It attracted the best and brightest at America's top universities. As I said, higher ed was behind this. By the 1990s, our top scholars or students were flooding into Wall Street. They were intrigued by the challenge of designing complex financial instruments. Physicists were going in it, computer engineering, not just finance. People from various disciplines were jumping in to get big paydays, So it was a mad rush to Wall Street.
All right. So is this what led to what we now call financialization of the economy?
Yes, it is.
All right. So did Glass-Steagall finally fall then after this?
No, not yet. It was hanging on.
Okay.
There was more resistance, like I said, because of the savings and loan debacle, but they overcame that, as I said, philosophically with the software argument. But in 1999, it did fall when Clinton signed the Graham-Leach bill, replacing Glass-Steagall's separation of commercial investment banks. So in 1999, it fell, and it was the Graham-Leach bill that replaced it.
So this meant that all banks were now free to compete across the entirety, of the financial marketplace, just as media companies were free to do across the entirety of the digitized marketplace.
And both of those happened, yes, to answer your question, and both of those happened at approximately the same time. And that is the That's neoliberalism gone global. This is it. They now have the legal mechanism to take over the world, the media and the banks. We're done, folks. So, and ironically, a Democratic president struck down what was once considered the indispensable regulatory pillar of the New Deal order, the Glass-Steagall Act. This shows you the power of neoliberalism, the political order that an opposition, a Democrat, took out the New Deal order, Bill Clinton. So with the stock market soaring, the repeal of Glass-Steagall was generally hailed by both parties as another milestone in the construction of President Clinton's quote, his quote, bridge toward tomorrow. That's how he justified it. The new era, bridge towards tomorrow. Things are different. The IT revolution's changed everything. You know, we got to go in with the new instead of the old. And that's how President Clinton sold it with a large chunk of the Republican Party, except for Ross Perot's contingent, with him in tow.
So then I presume that the telecommunications industry was also changing radically, given it was causing high finance on Wall Street, to change as well.
Totally. Telecom reform and financial modernization, what it did was, and look at today with the flyover state nation, it tied the West Coast to the East Coast. Silicon Valley now is tied to Wall Street, San Francisco to New York. Both coasts, industries and megapolises, they became integral to the Democratic Party's political success. Clinton won over Wall Street, and through the telecom modernization, he won over Bill Gates' West Coast from Seattle down to Los Angeles, especially San Francisco. So the Democratic Party has now conquered the East Coast and West Coast. But at that time, 1999, America had not yet become the flyover nation it is today. So tying together East and West Coast elites to the Democratic Party was not enough. For America to fully become a flyover state, with middle America being irrelevant, fully dependent, as well as, on the continued international supremacy of the United States, that's going to come in time. But it was set up by this.
Just a small note from me, just like I know a lot of people like to make jokes about flyover states, and I've lived in several of them, so I understand. But those places also provide most of your food. Just a reminder. But just want to throw it out before you start throwing shade at farmers and everything. But regardless, once the flyover nation, became more like relevant, only, for meth production, these states would go full blown red, kind of for Trump. It was like Breaking Bad was sort of a documentary and not a TV series, I think, in that regard. If you haven't seen Breaking Bad, go watch it. But I think that's pretty relevant to like this sort of image that we're putting up here.
Unfortunately, it is, but we weren't there yet in 1999. No, and that's the end act you're alluding to. The prestige of U.S. economies and ideas, it benefited philosophically, not just from the collapse of the Soviet Union, but also the rise of Thatcher in the 80s, Great Britain, and her decision to, take England. She deregulated England in the same ways that the United States had deregulated itself. And, to be fair to Bill Clinton, in England at the time, Labor leader Tony Blair supported in the 90s, just like Clinton carried through the revolution that Reagan started. So you had a Democrat carrying Reagan's revolution perhaps farther than Reagan would have, because he didn't try to do that when he was president. And you have Tony Blair doing what Thatcher had not done. So I don't know, liberalism is going beyond what anybody thought, but that shows the power of liberalism, that a labor leader in the Democratic Party took neoliberalism to its end culminating plateau.
Yeah, and given that neoliberalism received structural institutional support from both the Republican and Democratic parties, as well as from Great Britain, we can safely say that by then neoliberalism was a world order, I guess.
I would say the world order. At that point, neoliberalism is the economic philosophy that runs the world, period. 1999, it's over. It is the world order.
So then what about the rest of Europe? Like, what's that look like?
Chancellor, Helmut Kohl was reuniting Germany, so they were busy doing that. And then Europe, the EU came into existence in 1993 as a single market. But what did the EU do? Neoliberalism. It allowed for the first time the free movement of goods, services, and people and capital throughout the EU member states. I mean, that's neoliberalism run amok. So the EU is a institutional representation of neoliberalism. So it is one of the first expressions of the world order, the EU.
So then you believe the establishment of the EU could be interpreted as more or less an achievement for neoliberalism?
Oh, absolutely. And the EU movement continued when they created the euro in 1999, the money, the currency union in 1999, the same year we're alluding to with Glass-Steagall. So it was a massive year in the history of neoliberalism. So the euro, through money, bound together a large subset of EU members, not all, but a lot.
And who carried the neoliberal torch throughout this process? Was it Great Britain, or was there other countries that were more staunch on it? Or
despite what I said earlier, and I may have given that impression inadvertently, but no, Germany. At Germany's insistence, fiscal discipline will be mandated to sustain euro currency unification. You would see this later in Germany's demanding austerity on Greece, Portugal, Italy, and Spain after the great financial crisis. So national governments, Germany demanded when they formed the EU in the euro, Germany demanded national governments in Europe balance their budgets, and loans to member states would be limited to what they reasonably could hope to repay. There wasn't going to be any free lunch, especially since Germany was going to mainly be footing the bill. They had the strongest economy. So the principles converge with those that Robert Rubin had laid down in the US through his budget agreement of 1993, and later the Washington Consensus as expressed through the Monetary Fund. So Germany was in complete 100% accord with the Washington Consensus, neoliberalism, and what was going on with Thatcher's England and Bill Clinton and Tony Blair in the US and England later on. Everything was in sync. There was no dissenting voice anywhere.
So then it could be forcibly, mind you, argued that the US was carrying Europe along with its neoliberal revolution, like on its back a little bit.
Chancellor Kohl himself openly contemplated aloud when a United States of Europe, and that's a quote from him, would emerge with a scheme for economic and political integration, a wise blend of market freedom and market discipline, he said, closely modeled on the 1990s American Republic. That was paraphrasing some of that. Some of that was a direct quote from him. So the answer is a resounding yes.
So then in the middle of all this, where's Great Britain at? Like, where are they floating around?
I mean, in Britain, in the EU, it threatened one of the contradictions here is the success of neoliberalism in Britain and the EU threatened US financial dominance, Wall Street, New York, fighting London and Frankfurt, There's only so much profit to go around. So Margaret Thatcher's 1986 deregulation of the banking in the UK before America, swept aside a ton of regulation, and it went beyond what was going on in the United States, and that was also compelling Wall Street to keep up. So not only was there an IT revolution, but on a deeper thought, what was going on in England, London, because of Thatcher's revolution of neoliberalism in the 80s, Wall Street was like, man, we got to keep up with London. We need financial innovation, i.e. less regulation. So that was prompting Wall Street as well.
So then what does Wall Street do to respond to this? Like, what are they doing?
Well, initially, European and American banks, European meaning non-British, German, French, they ran to set up branches in Britain. So deregulation was allowing London to compete with New York as the premier site for innovative and high-paced financial transactions. So, the Labor Party, when it returned to power in 97 under Blair, who I alluded to earlier, Tony Blair, he further advanced the trends to help London maintain its edge over Wall Street. And he further, even more than Clinton, got rid of the regulatory regime in the UK by downsizing specifically 9 regulatory agencies in Great Britain into one. And he specifically instructed that one agency that remained, quote, don't do anything that would damage the competitive position of the United Kingdom. In other words, Germany, Frankfurt, Great Britain, London, United States, Wall Street were all competing to become the financial center of the world because it would, the world was at stake. Neoliberalism had won. It was the world order, and they wanted their main city to be the economic financial center of that world order. And at that point in time, I would say London was in first place, Wall Street second, and Frankfurt third. And that's another reason why President Clinton got rid of the Glass-Steagall Act, hoping it would allow Wall Street to usurp London's edge.
So that in trying to keep up, what did the EU do in response? Since one financial adaptation seems to lead to another financial adaptation at the international level, it just kind of always seems to happen crazily. At least in terms of the US and Great Britain and the EU, like how did that
we talk about an arms race, right? You got to keep up with your enemies. This is a financial innovation race. The more one country deregulated their finances, it forced the other country to deregulate more to get another competitive advantage through financial innovation. So, but to be clear, by EU, just so the viewers aren't confused, EU, I mean primarily Germany, not Great Britain. So Germany, EU, it did adapt, and it also threatened US primacy, since Chancellor Kohl, he reunited post-communist East Germany with West Germany, which was an amazing feat, and transformed the reintegrated nation into Europe's economic juggernaut. I mean, Germany pulled off an economic miracle in the 90s, integrating the country much faster, quicker, and cleaner than anyone thought they could. So Frankfurt emerged as a global financial hub in its own right, and it started flexing its muscles and competing with London and New York for their money. They're all competing for the world's money, of which is only a limited supply. So the race was on to deregulate, and the pressure was coming from everywhere now.
So with the global economy, so seemingly set in place at this point, what would happen to, I guess, American workers who now had to compete globally against workers who could not unionize and were, often paid, scraps, pittance, or whatever you want to call it?
Initially, both parties, Democrat and Republican, spoke of major commitments to education and retraining of workers that got outsourced. They both argued they had to adapt to the imperatives of the global economy, which was a fancy way of saying, suck it up.
I feel that, because I remember when I was in college, I never really saw like any higher education specifically focused on helping American workers readapt to the global economy. I didn't really see that too much. Maybe towards the end of it a bit, but that's not really
Me neither.
what I think they were focused on.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Levi, you don't need to go to a university for Uber training. In the gig economy, you don't need a 4-year degree for the gig economy, do you? So I think that says it all.
No, sadly, history has shown me that you do not need a 4-year degree almost for anything. But that aside, my personal not vices, my personal pains, I guess, aside from higher education, I guess, how does a communications degree in film studies or gender studies or sociology, for that matter, help you acquire gainful employment in this new global economy? I kind of see massive unemployment for middle America when I kind of look at this thing in a macro sort of
yes,
way.
Obviously, yeah, it doesn't. I mean, education and training were not enough, especially in those degrees, and they weren't market appreciated. Workers had to be guaranteed the right to strike, and that right could only be satisfactorily protected if workers who went on strike didn't have to worry about being fired from their jobs or their jobs being outsourced abroad legally under Taft-Hartley. So the American worker from 1999 on is cooked.
So much hope for me and my generation. But I guess in taking a step back, it seems that there's a little bit of an underside to the dramatic growth in population, of our large cities over the past, let's say, 25 years, since it drained employment resources, human and physical, from, I guess, other parts of the country, small towns, rural areas, most of all, I would say. Is that a fair assessment? Or
Totally. I mean, as big cities became more computer connected, internet connected, that's where the jobs were. That's where the perception of the future was in urban areas. And it's still true today, with bigger cities getting bigger and bigger. So there's no argument to what you just said. And furthermore, the economic inequality that's so much a hallmark of the neoliberal order has a spatial dimension, which I think you're alluding to. Jobs and wealth are concentrated in the big cities, and the cosmopolitan, a word we've used throughout this podcast, cosmopolitan corridors that come from big cities, with the barrenness of economic opportunity. That's what's there. There is an economic opportunity for those who are in rural areas. They're done. What economic opportunity tends to be in big cities generally. I mean, today you live outside a big city at your own peril, socioeconomically speaking. Good luck.
Yeah, we're becoming very much that flyover nation, as you talked about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
But now I want to move a little bit now over more to President George W. Bush, his version of neoliberalism, which I assume existed in some capacity.
Yeah, Bush became a convert to neoliberalism, and he believed free markets released economic energy, political virtue, while big government stymied both. There's no argument he was not as much as say Dick Cheney, but definitely an advocate and a believer of neoliberalism, and that's one reason I'm sure why he endorsed Joe Biden for presidency over Donald Trump, who's a populist and not a neoliberalist. So his endorsement of Joe Biden, I think, speaks volumes over, Donald Trump.
Yeah, but for him, I'm sure, government was necessary to wage war. And I'm thinking, like Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm sure like all those things kind of, I feel like those are factors we should consider here.
It does seem to cut against the neoliberal, don't want the state. But as we've shown many times, neoliberalism will use the state to advocate.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the market. So, good point, fair point. But Bush, to be clear, instructed Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld to undertake detailed planning for the invasion of Iraq. But in accord with his neoliberalism, he didn't show that penchant for detail when he ordered no one to develop a serious plan for reconstructing the Iraq economy and society once the war ended. Because in his eyes, and he's being consistent here, there's no need for the U.S. government to undertake such a reconstruction. After all, the market, once suitably activated, would do that work. No government interference. So we need the government down to the last bullet to take Iraq. So you need hundreds of billions of dollars of planning to take a country, but you're not going to spend hardly any money on setting up a socioeconomic infrastructure for the market. That's the antithesis of the American system of Hamilton, Quincy Adams, John Adams, Abraham Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, Perot, and Trump. That's that they would view that as that's insanity.
Yeah, and as I recall, I believe the Bush administration officials, those people there, they argued that the market would be superior to government for executing this type of plan.
I mean, to be fair to the Democrats and the New Deal, look what they did after World War II, the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan was a detailed plan that was awesome, saved Europe from communism, and Iraq would have benefited greatly by a Marshall Plan. And I mean, it's a shame FDR or Truman wasn't president after Iraq was conquered. I think it would have been very different. But, giant U.S. firms like Halliburton and Bechtel, they scooped up lucrative contracts to rebuild Iraq's infrastructure, water and electrical system, oil industry, schools, hospitals, everything. But they were under no obligation to hire Iraqis to work on these projects. Incredibly enough, the sociodynamic damage by not doing that is just, it's stupid and asinine is the only word for it. They often preferred, to hire foreign workers that included tens of thousands from the United States and from other Middle Eastern countries like Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, because they were thought to be more reliable and pliable than the Iraqis. But of course, these Iraqis, once they've been defeated in combat and given no jobs and humiliated, would become ISIS. So whatever.
No, I got you. But
we purposely did the Marshall Plan so Europeans wouldn't become communists. It's the same logic. Where's the Marshall Plan? But whatever.
Yeah, I got you. But wouldn't this lead to Iraqis losing out on jobs? And feeling as though they were, no gains to be had, from the occupation of the ousting of Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, that's one of the ironies, of bringing free enterprise of neoliberalism in Iraq was that big American corporations invited in there were not being asked to operate in a true free market environment because,
why not though?
Well, the government reserved many of its big contracts for American firms, right? If you're reserving it for American firms, you're intervening in the market. So the neoliberalism's being Dick Cheney and Halliburton are being kind of hypocritical here. And there was no bidding. There's no market. There was no bidding against Halliburton or against anyone for that matter. So they were taking few risks putting little of their own capital into private ventures with guaranteed returns by the government. They were privileged players in protected markets, fattening themselves at the US government's Iraq conquered trough, which yet again conflicts with the tenets of neoliberalism to be consistent.
I mean, if I recall correctly, it's that these firms, often failed to deliver on their promises of getting Iraq's infrastructure system, up and running with speed and efficiency. That just never happened. But they were still handsomely paid for their work.
Saddam Hussein was criticized for engaging in crony socialism, and he was a Stalinist, and I'm no friend of the man. But we were engaging in crony capitalism, and I guess if I had to pick one, I'd go with crony capitalism. But still, none of this was lost on the Iraqis themselves. They were not fooled by this, and they were reduced to being unemployed bystanders in the rebuilding of their own country. So, I mean, it really shouldn't be a wonder that a lot of them began contemplating using their remaining resources to join the insurgency against the American occupiers and their armies and armies of private contractors. So, remember, more private contractors, international mercenaries to the Iraqis, were killed in combat than American soldiers by about a 2-to-1 ratio. So after you finish your stint in the army, you would be hired by Halliburton, and you're a private contractor, but you're a mercenary to an Iraqi. You're not in the American military. You have a gun. You work for Halliburton. They were more Halliburton mercenaries died than American soldiers in Iraq by about a ratio 2-to-1.
I never knew that. I never knew that at all. It's pretty wild to me.
Yeah,
but I guess I have to say, looking at this, if this is what neoliberalism is supposed to be, it's kind of like a hastily, poorly conceived version of it. Not kind of, it is. It's fully is.
The original architects, I think, of neoliberalism, they understood that markets had to be created through law. And Hayek says that. To be fair to the philosophical founders of neoliberalism, like Frederick Hayek, who we alluded to, they would not have done what happened in Iraq. They would have used law, and they would have sustained free markets through institutions. They weren't that radical. And either was Reagan. And either Eisenhower was a Republican who did the highway system. He was for the Marshall Plan too. So, we don't want to go too extreme, but the Bush administration, I think, made a big error in that regard. So, but neoliberals in the Bush administration, remember, there's no counterweight with Reagan and Eisenhower. They had the counterweight of international communism to make them be a lot more fair. Because otherwise, the person in the market, they go to the other side. They go, well, if you're going to screw us over, we'll just go with the communists. So there was that balancing factor, ironically. So, but neoliberals in the Bush administration, George W., they forgot, that long and carefully designed path to power that their predecessors, had taken in the United States. The market didn't reign supreme. It took a lot of law and institutions to make the market work. In other words, establishing a neoliberal regime, it takes a lot of work. And the George W. Bush administration believed it required little work beyond, you just had to get government out of the way from economic affairs. And, in retrospect, this was not a good move. The release of market forces, were thought to follow automatically from the government's removal. What Adam Smith had called the natural propensity of people to truck, barter, and exchange, it would do the rest. But nothing like that happened. Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, but we're hundreds of thousands of Iraqis turned out of jobs with no prospects of reemployment, unless I'm living in a different reality,
No, it's true. It's true, and increasingly they turn their rage on the American occupiers, and they participated in a semi-effective guerrilla campaign against the United States and created the new terrifying weapon, the IED, the improvised explosion. That crude bomb, homemade bomb, was deadly. And I think it's a direct result of the issues we're discussing right now.
All right. So how was neoliberal politics, at this point at home doing? Obviously I understand in Iraq, what's it doing here, in the States?
Well, I would say George W. Bush, to his credit, I guess, was consistent, showing his sincerity, if nothing else. He pushed the neoliberal policies in the U.S. domestically as hard as he did in Iraq. I mean, he pushed deregulation as much as he could. He had a 2001 tax cut that was meant to deprive government of a source of funds. Tax cuts shrink government. Governments feed off taxes. It's that simple. More taxes, bigger government. Communism is 100% taxation, 100% government. It's kind of a high correlation. So he felt government would use the taxes for social engineering and redistribution of wealth. So George W. worked hard and ultimately unsuccessfully to replace the Social Security benefits. He tried to replace Social Security benefits. Mike Pence has alluded to that now, which is going to guarantee he doesn't get elected president. Lifetime government pensions for retirees and their spouses, Social Security benefits. George W., and I believe Mike Pence is trying out to replace it with Wall Street accounts that workers would, with their employer contributions, be instructed to accumulate and manage on their own before and during retirement, kind of like a 401k. And this investment account for every retiree plan embodies the neoliberal desire to eliminate lifetime welfare handouts, they would call it, that corroded individuals' moral integrity. And so you see Mike Pence alluding to this in his apparent run for president right now. So Bush argued, though, at the time, this plan would enhance self-sufficient entrepreneurial individuals. So, and that was so celebrated in neoliberal thought, so he thought he was doing a good thing.
Well, at the end of the day, did any of this work?
I mean, I guess it's debatable, but, Bush preserved the deregulatory approach to Wall Street that the Clinton administration had advanced. I mean, George W. Bush picked up the baton of deregulating Wall Street that Bill Clinton handed him. The head of the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan, was a neoliberal guru who steered the older Bush and Bill Clinton in financial matters, and he was still directing the Federal Reserve under George W. So neither Bush or Clinton was troubled by the 2001 bursting of the speculative stock bubble that brought down dozens of firms and corporations in Silicon Valley, startups. And they weren't bothered by the sharp falls in market indexes like NASDAQ, that were heavily weighted with high-tech stocks. So the Greenspan Bush confidence and the ability of markets to correct themselves, they would say it was vindicated by stock markets' impressive recovery in 2003 and 4, and which was a second run of sensational IT startups that fueled another steep climb in stock value. So in 2004, they thought everything was peachy keen and hunky dory.
Isn't that when Facebook just debuted in 2004 and Twitter in 2006? That was all around the same time, was it?
Yeah, it was. It was fortuitous for them that two, I would say, good companies, viable companies, hit the market to help rehabilitate the 201 fiasco. 2000.
Yeah, and by no means is Apple, it's no longer a startup. It was still behaving like one. Launching its amazing iPhone, which everyone and their mom has. Back in 2007. That was just going on.
Yes, that's true. But George W.'s agenda wasn't in IT. His central domestic ambition was to make America an ownership society. And by that, he meant Americans would control their own retirement accounts, Social Security, health accounts, HSAs, and their own homes, home ownership. So ownership in George W.'s view was the path, and I'm quoting him here, the path to greater opportunity, more freedom, more control over life for all Americans. So here we come back again to the good life, the vision. So this is the core, greater opportunity, more freedom, more control. Most people want that. That's the vision he says neoliberalism will deliver.
Home ownership was his central push. That was his big idea. Yeah.
And not just his, Clinton and George Bush Sr., and policymakers throughout the country on both sides of the party, Democrat, Republican, they'd been concerned about poorly performing housing market for a while. And after we defeated the Soviets, most Democrat and Republicans thought, can we do anything so home ownership rises in America? But the problem was, stagnant wages and rising home values, they were combining and pricing many working class and middle class families out of the housing market. And that was a concern to George Bush Sr., Clinton, and George Bush Jr. So it was a thematic concern for both parties.
So Clinton also, not just George Bush, but George Bush Sr., but Clinton also promoted home ownership a lot.
They all did. The elder Bush, he led the way, passing a law to require two government-backed mortgage institutions, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, to increase their supported mortgages to lower income and middle income families. And what Freddie Mac was government sponsored enterprises, also called GSEs, and what they do is they're authorized to buy up mortgages from commercial banks, and by buying them up, they inject stability and growth into the housing industry and allow banks to more readily give loans to poorer people because the government is backing it up with the Freddie Mae and Sally Mac. So it helps homeownership percentages go up.
All right, it's like, and what if Clinton? How does Clinton
Well,
come into
Clinton
this?
administration used Freddie Mae and Freddie Mac as well, and he expanded the ranks of minority homeowners, although that may have been happening anyway from George Bush Sr. But one thing Bill Clinton did real specifically was he got Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae to dispense with the standard 20% down. My generation always had to put 20% down for a house. And that was beyond the reach of poor families. And now the percentage was like 3%. So the easing down of payment requirements had put mortgages within the poor's grasp. So it started to go up. But this led to, and this is critical here, subprime mortgages. So the fact you're not putting 20% down, we have a new concept coming here where you put 3% down, high-risk families, poor families, urban poor, buying homes. We now have the subprime mortgage, which means they didn't put the 20% down, and these borrowers are higher credit risks. So a greater level of risk became a justification for imposing high interest rates on subprime mortgages, or what they would do to the poor is offer low rates at first, and then something would trigger it, and then it would go up to a higher rate. So you started seeing new things like interest-only mortgages, even further allowing the poor to buy houses in the 1990s. So borrowers could make monthly payments on the mortgage, but not on the mortgage principal, and some of them didn't even understand that.
It's really hitting home. So because I know we obviously know where this leads, to where the crash comes into play. So it really, it's always really hard to revisit this. I'm still mad at it, still mad about it to this day. So,
well, at least you can start to see, though, the government had their hand in the great financial crisis too, starting with George Bush Sr., both parties, and they may have meant well. I mean, they're trying to increase home ownership, but the way they did it ended up biting them on the butt, and then it gets further. Wall Street lenders, investment banks wanted to secure their money. They always want, you don't want to lose against these subprime mortgages, and then they securitized them. And that's a process that began by they would assemble these mortgages from all over into bundles. And they might mix good mortgages and bad, safe and risky ones, and they would grade them in tranches accordingly. And then the bundles are going to be sliced into these small tranches and dispersed across the globe, Earth, a global base of investors. The thinking being we spread the risk out if we spread these slices of bundled mortgages all over the globe. So, the tranche is composed exclusively of subprime mortgages, what they thought to be safe because of this scattering around the world in this vast sea of securities. Big risks became small ones, and the computers and IT revolution allowed this to be done. And so the theory went. So here IT meets Wall Street in practical application with presidential policy on homeownership. So everybody's in the mix now.
But didn't private banks also join in this, securitization, competing with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to sell these subprime tranches, as you call them, to investors everywhere?
Yeah. The part of the banking industry handling the securities, and they're not always called securities. Sometimes they're called derivatives, and they were called. So if you hear that word, same thing. Into which the subprime, these mortgages were bundled, was lightly regulated. A hands-off approach was done. And it was written into law in 2000. Look, 1999 was a big year. It keeps going in 2000. And the law is called Commodity Futures Modernization Act. Look at that word again, modernization. That became the word that could almost justify anything. Financial modernization continues in 2000 in the legal act, the Commodity Futures Modernization Act, another legacy of the Clinton era neoliberal dispensation. So Democrat did that, and it's really pounding out the agenda. So cumulatively, this adds up during the 90s to ease mortgage access And to be fair, the rate of ownership under Clinton, it did go up from 64 to 67% of households of Americans. And that's a gain greater than the last 30 years. And further in that trend, then Bush Jr. guided home ownership to the highest peak ever to 69% in 2004. So both parties are involved. They do get home ownership up to 69%. You think you're doing a great thing. Look at the year, 2004.
Yeah,
2-3 years later.
Yeah, because then it hits. Then the bottom falls out a little bit.
By 2006, dark signs. Mortgages more available had fueled demand. Demand drove home prices up. The Bush administration, the Fed, responded by encouraging lenders to issue more and more subprime mortgages. Many of these loans went to families whose ability to repay their mortgages was uncertain. Banks, as a result, began attaching all sorts of transaction fees to the mortgage acquisition process, providing their balance sheets with a significant stream of income over the short run. And what this was it was a hedge of sorts against what they knew was the ill-conceived mortgages they felt at some point would fall. So they were hedging by putting up a lot of costs in processing these subprime mortgages to hedge against what they thought might happen and eventually did.
Yeah, I mean, it was this crazy time. I remember like house acquiring mania spread from new buyers to existing ones seeking to profit from the rising value of their homes. Some families, they bought bigger homes or second and even third homes, with banks only, they were just like so eager, to facilitate these acquisitions by issuing new mortgages time over again and again and again. They just kept doing it.
I mean, some households took out loans and they were really second mortgages and they used them as a private ATM machine. So, when you go to guilty parties, there's a lot of guilt to spread around. When you're using a second mortgage as an ATM machine, so you can buy cars, trucks, TVs, vacations, whatever. Things are getting out of hand here quick.
Yeah, remodeling, college tuition for kids, vacations.
I mean, this is all contributing to a bubble. It's contributing to a speculation bubble at many levels. It's going outside the mortgage industry and the general economy with all this buying. But Greenspan at the Fed, the king neoliberal, wasn't bothered by any of it. He wasn't troubled. He sincerely believed that the fancy toolkit, the IT revolution we referred to earlier for dispensing risk globally, there comes that word again, globally, would allow the financial sector, specifically Wall Street, to weather whatever storms might happen. So he slept well at night.
I mean, but I have to ask, because Greenspan is he's the guy. He's the guy. He's like the messiah of finances, at least but worldwide, but I would say definitely for the United States. Were there any signs of what was going to happen that gave him any sort of hesitation at all, or what happened?
It's mixed. By 2005 or 6, the policy should have stimulated economic growth, jobs, and wage increases. But in each of these areas, you didn't see it. Inflation should have begun to creep up, to forestall the possibility. Greenspan did put the Fed on a mild. He did raise rates a little bit in 2004. He should have raised them a lot more. Higher interest rates should have dampened consumption and home buying because you're borrowing at a higher rate. It didn't. People still believe the increase in housing pricing was offsetting the mild increase in interest rates. People still thought it was too good a deal to pass up. And inflationary pressures more or less were flat. So what that meant was household and consumer debt kept soaring. People kept falling in massive debt to get a house. And then using the house as it raised in value to go buy more stuff and fall in more debt.
So I think this is a common question with my generation, who always like the bankers, why didn't they do something, why didn't they step in? It's what, bankers are the experts here. So why didn't they do something when they have all the information on hand? They can kind of see, I would assume they could see this kind of coming to a head here. What was their headspace at?
On the political level, George Bush, Jr., George W., he neglected the regulation of the banking industry at a time when careful superintendence of the subprime mortgage market might have made a difference. He could have seen it. They didn't. The derivatives industry, there was a general belief that took hold amongst investors that the federal government at the end of the day would clean up the mess. And that's the moral hazard argument, no matter how large. And I think that was very sincere. And they never talk about this. Even worse, this belief by Wall Street and the derivative industry that the federal government would pick up the mess turned out to be correct. And one reason is because the people who work at Wall Street then go work for the government, who then go work for Wall Street, who then go work for the government. So, the bill for this developing fiasco would come due soon and amount to roughly $6 trillion. And the check was issued by Mr. Hope and Change himself, the Obama administration. So, there's blame to go around. You say about the bankers. It wasn't just the bankers. It was, Obama cut the check. And the bankers, to their credit, you say they're experts. Moral hazard, human nature kicked in and said, Daddy Warbucks, the federal government's going to clean up any mess I make, so who cares? So they were worse than experts. They were guilty as sin, and a lot of the bankers, for having that attitude, should have been thrown on the unemployment line.
We're seeing this conversation. I'll reserve my tangent on American bankers for the time being. But I remember, it was in September of 2007, roughly, the British bank, I think it was Northern Rock, involved in mortgage securitization. It failed. Then in March 2008, the American investment house, Bear Stearns, itself stood at the edge of collapse. It was right there, saved only by JP Morgan's Chase, their decision to purchase it at a bargain basement price. Then after that, the Bear Stearns bounce, it was, so toxic at this point that JP Morgan, Chase, it demanded and received a 13 billion loan from the US Treasury. Yeah. And a commitment from the Fed to take on 30 billion, I believe it was, of Bear Stearns' worst assets. It was just, you couldn't believe the level of corporate socialism involved here on behalf of Wall Street, who supposedly hated government involvement, left alone welfare, not going corporate. I mean, the federal government never helped small businesses like that ever, or individual families or anything like that.
I would say up to that time, but during the pandemic, Levi, President Trump did offer SBA, small business loans, at historically low interest rates, not to mention PPP if you didn't fire an American worker. So Trump would do what Obama didn't. He didn't focus on saving Wall Street during the pandemic. He was trying to save the economy and American workers. And his plan during COVID reflects that. But prior to Trump, I would agree with you.
I would say, because that's all fine and good, and everything, but that was not the case, in the 2009 financial crisis. That just did not happen. I say that a lot to people I have a discussion with, where I'm like, I don't understand why they bailed out all these corporations versus individual families and small business stuff. I understand that now, given our discussion, but at the time, it just wasn't a thing.
I think as more Wall Street firms fell and stock market indexes everywhere globally started to collapse in 2008, we were facing global financial annihilation. To argue for the other side for a moment.
Yeah.
When the stock market finally hit the bottom of 6,600 in March 2009, it was at 50% from the peak of a year and a half earlier. When people lose 50% of their 401k retirement, I mean, you're talking panic at a level that's hard to describe. By that time, housing prices had fallen a third. Between 07 and 09, U.S. households lost somewhere between 11 and I believe $20 trillion in net worth. Let me say that again, 11 and 20 trillion. You talked billions a few minutes ago, 13 and 30 billion. I'm talking 11 to 20 trillion in net worth the Americans lost, our country. And encompassing, that was their decline in their real estate, stocks, and pensions that went down. Medium households lost half of their wealth. The average American lost half their wealth between 2007 and 2010. I'm just trying to convey to you the level of global and national nightmare the great financial crisis was, and how close we ended up coming up with the ace of spades. So
there is another discussion for another time of I would love to know, in your opinion, the alternate history of what would happen if they didn't make this move. But yeah, the Stone Age.
Yeah, and
that's
what would happen.
Yeah, I will. I would love to get into more detailed version of that, but like, I just remember, yeah, the spending just dried up. Like the money was
Because they
gone.
didn't have the money. Look, if you lost half your wealth, would you spend? You would be clinging to every dollar you had left. And that almost happened during COVID, which is why I thought it was critical the Trump administration imbued America with trillions of dollars of liquidity.
Mhm.
And that's what the Federal Reserve should have done in the Depression, which probably would have turned the Great Depression into a recession, and it didn't do. And Obama didn't do it either. So that was a big mistake, in my opinion. But declines in consumption, they correlate strongly with decline in wealth. And we just said America's lost half their wealth. So, case in point, the number of cars sold, which is a good indicator in the US, went from 16 million in '07 to 9 million in '09. That is a lot of money lost, a lot of sales. In '08, General Motors, with a monthly payroll of almost 500 million, it was going to go bankrupt in the summer. Toyota said it was in trouble. Oil prices collapsed. The economic slowdown spread to East Asia and hit companies like Hitachi, Sony, Panasonic. Unemployment doubled in the US from 4.7 in early '08 to 9.4 in '09. Worldwide, an estimated 27 to 40 million jobs gone, disappeared. I mean, this was the biggest socioeconomic nightmare since the Great Depression.
So then at this point, would it be safe to say that neoliberalism, like neoliberal order, it failed? It brought to the world, it brought the world to very, like you mentioned before, to like the Stone Age. Like it put us right on the precipice of
Yeah.
it. So would you say it means it failed?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say in that context, yes. Mhm.
But then Obama steps in.
You know, he would, he would prove captive to his own inexperience, never worked in the private sector, and his resulting caution. He was young. Like I said, he never worked in the private sector. I don't know what else excuse I can give, but yeah, he stepped in.
All right, so then so he steps in, and then what does he do? Like what is
Well, I
what,
mean,
how,
I'm referring to, what he did. I would say because he entered public life as a state senator in Illinois in '96, he won election to his first national office, the U.S. Senate, in 2002. In '08, he was only a one-term senator, a backbencher is what they call him, so to speak, limited knowledge of Washington. He never managed a large agency or enterprise, public or private, never worked in the private sector, really. And as a senator, he never moved a single piece of legislation, major legislation, through Congress. His only vote of note, which he used in his campaign thematically, was as a senator, he did cast his vote against the Iraq War in 2003, which was a principled stand and a prescient one that he ended up milking and working to his advantage in a big way. But I'm trying to show here how his background politically, his youth, made him extremely unprepared for dealing with the wiles of Wall Street and with the greatest financial crisis since the Depression.
yeah, I remember that stuff coming up. It earned him a lot of honor and support when he ran in the Democratic primaries, against Hillary Clinton, who had voted for the war in 2003, when she was a U.S. senator representing New York, which I'm sure didn't, came back to bite her a bit overall.
Yeah, it did. It did. But given the severity of the crisis, Obama's decisions about who to appoint to key economic posts in his administration, they were arguably his most important because of his lack of, experience in these matters.
And so, who were these people? Like, what were they?
Ironically, and this is kind of hilarious, they were Bill Clinton's Wall Street team. So he ran against Hillary Clinton, and the people he put in his administration was verbatim Bill Clinton's Wall Street team, which was, Robert Rubin, who had, well, he actually had he didn't want to return. So he pushed for Geithner, who was appointed Secretary of Treasury, who had close links to Rubin, as did Summers. He was head of the Council of Economic Advisors. I think at one point he was head of Harvard University as well. Peter Orszag, the new director of Office of Management and Budget, which is huge. Michael Froman, and he was Rubin's chief of staff at Treasury for part of the Clinton years. Then deputy assistant staff to Obama, chief of staff, and deputy national security advisor for international economic affairs. So, I mean, the irony that Obama didn't have the experience. He runs against Hillary. He basically puts in Bill Clinton's Wall Street team, and you can bet who they're going to bat for.
It seems to me that like this return of the Rubin Group, to power, revealed just how strong the bonds forged by Clinton with America's Wall Street team elite, kind of remain, still lingered there.
The irony, a Democratic president tied into Wall Street, huge, which goes to this day. President Biden is super tight with Wall Street. Biden and Obama are totally in sync with Wall Street. So, yet again, as we've alluded to the podcast, Trump and Sanders are not. So Obama fully understood, Rubin's group, he knew they were rooted in the neoliberalism of the Clinton administration. He knew that. He's not that daft. I mean, come on. So Obama, he had to have pushed aside in his mind the inconvenient knowledge that the Rubin team, through its deregulatory agenda, had put the country on the path toward the great financial crisis of 2008. So why you would listen to them for the solution is beyond me.
I mean, were there other viable options at that point?
Yeah, I think a more radical economic plan would have entailed either nationalizing the banks for a short period of time or breaking them up into small entities, or both. Instead, President Obama bailed out Wall Street and prosecuted essentially no one for the great financial crisis, which to my mind was the absolute wrong thing, wrong message to do. And Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump would agree with me on that emphatically.
Even as a young kid, like seeing like all this go down in front of me, and then being told very vaguely, but told that like, yeah, these banks, all these large entities kind of did this to the country, did this to themselves. I was pretty shocked when Obama, someone who we've already said like hope and change. He saved Wall Street, reinvest in all when like over 100 million Americans, lost homes, jobs, money, and it was just, even as a little kid, I understood the significance of that, and it still baffles me today.
And the fact that Hillary Clinton would support him, it made Bernie Sanders a viable presidential candidate, because at the end of the day, President Obama's decision to put the recovery package so heavily in favor toward financial elites, Wall Street, it did not get good reviews on Main Street, and Bernie Sanders would use that big time.
Oh yeah. Millions of Americans were, they were wrestling with the effects of the economic calamity, and the Obama administration did not send a single banker to jail, nor did it compel any financial institution to pay for, its misdeeds by breaking it up. It's crazy. Like, given that all these political promises. I remember my dad always, like, my pops, he always says, like, they could pay me, hundreds of millions of dollars to run these banks into the ground. I could do that just as easily.
That's right. That's true.
That was always the common joke.
And President Obama might have gotten away with what he did had it led to a robust recovery for Main Street, that would rival the recovery Wall Street felt with its trillions of dollars beefing up its dilapidated balance sheets. But that didn't happen. Now, President Obama did do, I thought, a good job on the automobile bailout when I believe it was China was about to take over GM, and he stopped that. But that had limited effects. But, at the end of the day, the Obama administration did almost nothing to aid the estimated 9 million households facing foreclosures or distressed sales of their homes. So it's not just people who, over 1 million who lost their homes in foreclosure. There were 9 million people that had to sell their houses for much less and took a loss that led to their net worth going down. So there were, different levels of pain being felt across the country, except in Manhattan.
Yeah, every time I talk about this or think about it, I just can't help but think that, might have been potentially wiser for Obama, if he had fought for achieving economic fairness and equality for American people, rather than so greatly, throwing all his eggs into Wall Street social welfare. Am I wrong on that, or I don't really know?
Well, there may have been no Bernie Sanders if he had done that. No Occupy Wall Street. But he didn't, and there is. Now, on a brighter note, I guess by 2012, the Dow Jones Industrial Average had regained the ground it lost during the Great Recession of 2008 and 9. So the stock market largely bounced back pretty quick, but so there was that.
And well, did jobs also have that same sort of bounce back, or for
No,
American
this is what
workers?
we talked about throughout this podcast, the dichotomy, the separation between Wall Street and Main Street. It's structural now. It's structural. Our jobs have been outsourced. We have no connection with the stock market in terms of employment. That's over with. It hasn't been true since the 90s. Wall Street and Main Street have little to do with each other. So unemployment remained far, above high unemployment where it had been in 2007. It did not. Job levels, they didn't return to pre-recession years for 8 long years, when Trump became president. During Obama's first term, the income of the top 1% of American income earners increased by more than 30%. I mean, he gave all that money to Wall Street. It had to go somewhere. It went to the top 1%. They increased their income by 30%. The bottom 99% of Americans settled for a 0.4% raise increase in their income. That's a half, not even half of 1% of an increase during Obama's first term. That's how bad it was.
Man, as someone who championed Obama, who voted for him, that's terrible. I could say it's safe, but it's atrocious.
At the end of the day, when you throw $6 trillion at Wall Street and pennies to Main Street, what did you think was going to happen?
I was cussed a little bit. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Not only that, when the economy's in the doldrums like that, young workers have years of unemployment or underemployment, under or no employment, and that stalls their development and careers, and it puts a big dent in their lifetime earning capacity, and that's another harm to that deep long-term recession that lasted a decade. The experience, in minority communities, homes, the disproportionate number of subprime mortgages in minority communities, that went unaddressed. Obama being the first African-American president, you would have thought he would have focused on subprime mortgages in the inner city. He did not. The pain accumulated not just in African-Americans, in their communities in urban areas, but working white communities as well, where rates of alcoholism, drug abuse, and suicide soared during this period of time. There were massive non-economic effects of what went on. So anger, I'm trying to show here from every angle, anger at the economic equality that President Obama institutionalized began to stir into a populist fervor or a progressive fervor. Take your pick.
Yeah, it's pretty, at this point especially, it's pretty easy to see the counter-revolution of Bernie Sanders and Trump, their popularity, like why it came about so easily.
Now we can talk about neoliberal hegemony. No longer, can deny the crying out of injustice at the income disparity between the elites of Wall Street, corporate management, East, West Coast versus flyover America, blue collar America, Rust Belt, however you want to word it. Now battle lines are being drawn. We're now at 2016 here. The distress and economic dislocation caused by the great financial crisis, it had come on the heels already of 2 decades of economic inequality between those benefiting from global orientation of the liberal order, the haves, top 20% of America probably, and those who were not, the bottom 80%. Certainly middle class, blue collar, manufacturing-based Americans certainly suffered massively prior to the great financial crisis for the last 15, 20 years.
Yeah, there had been a hemorrhaging of manufacturing employment.
Big time.
And that began in the 1990s. And it continued to, I guess it continued to, unabated, right through the financial crisis. It just all went all the way through.
During that period of time, more than 2 million Americans' manufacturing jobs disappeared. Workers, losing jobs, fortunate enough to get new ones, frequently had to work for lower pay, no benefits, and no unionization, no pensions. So any new job was on about a 25% reduction in overall benefits, economic benefits.
Yeah, and their misfortune was not the lot of those further up on the income scale.
No, hell no. No. By 2012, the stock market made up for its losses, but most Americans, except for their 401k, don't own stocks generally. More than half Americans do not. There's no limit to the extravagance of the fortunes piling up in the hands of America's rich, top 10%, 5%, however you want to define it, 1%. The economic or income inequality, it's become a defining feature of the American economy. We all allude to and it's just continued to widen. It was then an unintended consequence when we fought and defeated international communism. But what justifies that level of income disparity today? How is it justified?
Yeah, that the consequences of that chasm, seems to be hardening. I think at this point, I see nothing. I hold out hope that like we could always come out of it, but from a realistic standpoint of view, I don't see anything coming to the rescue.
Not only something to the rescue, we focused on income disparity, but there's also other non-economic factors, which I've lightly alluded to. But, don't forget the marriage rate fell from 1960 to 2010 from 84% to 48%. Partly this reflects a rising divorce rate of divorce, but more and more people just don't get married. And the decline in marriage is not matched by a decline in births, which means more and more being born out of wedlock and living in single parent households, which a lot of people think is probably not the best thing. So for example, the percentage of children born to unmarried white mothers increased from 3% in 1960 to 30% in 2010. Among white mothers with less than a high school education, went from 10% to 60%. So there's non-economic factors going on here as well, not just income disparity.
So fewer and fewer children in such circumstances were living in households where an adult man and an adult woman were both present. Or if two adults were present, the chances that the adult man would be the biological father of the resident child decreased over time. As the mother was more likely to have a series of partners and to have had children with multiple men who came and went. I think that's kind of...
Yeah, I think that's captures the gist of it, and, I think many people and many employers would argue work ethic declined. So did, in the last year, so is civic involvement, a communitarian spirit that may have existed more so in the New Deal era. I would argue, yes. Religious affiliations declined as well. Some people could think that's good, others not good, but it's still a fact. You're not going to deny it. Yeah. Men in general, American men now watch TV, play video games, and internet surf, as opposed to religious affiliation, civic involvement, and work ethic. I mean, it just tends to be a shift. You can argue about the pros and cons of it, but it's hard to say it's not happening.
No, it is happening. Just to give a little personal anecdote, I do see that a lot with a lot of people my age. I love playing video games, and I think it comes from a lot of this sort of beaten down effect after that crisis. You beat us into the dust. We don't really feel like it's kind of hard to want to work at times. It's not the stuff of great nations. In its worst versions of it, it's definitely not the stuff of great nations.
And to case in point, that's why there's not what you just described in communist China. And in terms of breaking bad socioeconomic culture that we both referred to in this podcast, because it is such a good series, there's also the rising rate of self-harm, suicide, and just death in general amongst working class white men. Alcohol, drug poisoning, fentanyl, Oxycontin, you name it. It's increased fourfold from 1999 to 2013. Suicides up 40% in the same period. No other group in America, not wealthier whites, not blacks, not African Americans, not Latinos, of any income or educational group experienced a parallel rise in self-harm, suicide during this period than white men. Never discussed. So pronounced is this rise that overall mortality rate amongst working class middle-aged white men in the U.S. actually began to increase after decades of decline. So a demographic reversal of this sort had never previously been observed to have occurred within any group resident in the advanced industrial nations of North America and Europe, except in moments of war, pandemics, or genocide. That's how bad it is.
So then what's the root cause of this?
I mean, I think it goes well beyond race, black or white. You've got to see the socioeconomic consequences of decades-old patterns of globalization, mounting economic income inequality we've alluded to, the loss of millions of well-paying, secure blue-collar jobs, the Great Recession of 08-09. That was the high watermark of this sordid process. But I mean, it's a mess. It's a mess.
But wasn't this also the process that that Bernie Sanders tried to strike out against? Wasn't that was one of his big platforms?
Bernie's attacks in 2016 campaign on free trade were equally shocking to Democratic Party leadership. I mean, he pissed off the Democratic Party about as much as he pissed off the Republicans. So So he didn't spare anyone. Sanders had opposed NAFTA since its inception. One thing I find a little disgruntled about Bernie Sanders, he fails to mention that in his last campaign running for president. But I want to say clearly, Bernie record's on record again and again and again and again and again and again of opposing NAFTA, as did Ross Perot, as did Donald Trump. I just want to be very clear about that. He cast himself against free trade with China as well, just like Perot, just like Donald Trump. He believed, just like Ross Perot and Donald Trump, it was doing more harm to America's working class than to help it. Why Bernie Sanders won't say what he said then? I don't know. It shows me a lack of character and integrity. I'll be frank. I'm not impressed by it. The notion that removing all barriers to trade in the world would lift all boats and spread affluence everywhere was, from Bernie Sanders' perspective, nothing more than neoliberal mirage, garbage. And he said it again and again, though not recently. Globalization yielded winners and losers in every country. The winners, in Sanders' eyes, in 2016, when he ran, were the corporations, the banks, and those invested in the stock market. When he admonished the Obama administration, he accused Obama of helping the corporations, the banks, and those invested in the stock market. Not so much anymore. The losers were America's industrial workers, whose ranks had already been decimated by flights of jobs to Mexico and China, and Bernie Sanders then, not so much now, complained about it. Now the progressives are more about identity politics, not about helping American workers, which the Democratic Party has been allegedly concerned about since, well, over 100 years, supposedly.
Yeah, and those fortunate enough to retain their jobs, face constant pressure from employers to live with reduced wages and benefits. I had this, many of my peers had this, and it continues now.
It does, but I'm still not finished with Bernie Sanders. I'm not finished. In a debate with Hillary Clinton in early March 2016, Sanders charged that she had undermined the livelihoods of good Americans by, and I quote, supporting virtually every one of the disastrous trade agreements written by corporate America. There he's attacking China and the World Trade Organization, NAFTA, and corporate America.
I remember him saying this so much. I remember him coming at this so much, and I was so aghast that more people didn't latch onto us. And also, I think it is fair to say, give credit where credit is due. This does sound very much like Trump or Ross Perot in that regard. Like,
totally verbatim. In fact, if I didn't tell you who said the quote, half the audience would think it was Trump or Ross Perot.
Yeah, you could easily put on a poor impersonation of any of these candidates' voices and have them say this line, and it would be like, yeah, that's definitely something they would have said.
But that was 2016. Bernie Sanders today, he's more quiet on these issues, and he's quiet on his strong Second Amendment support of gun rights for so many years as senator of Vermont. I find that disconcerting. You supported it for many decades. Why all of a sudden not so much? Why the shift to identity politics? Bernie, speak up.
It seems that on these questions of free trade and globalization, Sanders and Trump's positions, were virtually indistinguishable. They're about the same. Back
then, there was a lot of similarity. I'd love to see what Bernie would say on these issues today. Having stood down in 2 consecutive presidential primaries when ordered to by the Democratic Party, where he could have gotten the nomination, but for the Democratic Party ordering him, telling him to stand down, which he did twice. And it's just shocking.
But I know he's under the Democratic Party, but Bernie says he's an independent, and or social Democrat. That's kind of more of his brand.
He does say that. He doesn't act like an independent. You're not independent when you're told to sit down twice and you do it. Of course, he wasn't the only one who sat down. It was 7 Democrats in one day all sat down so Biden and Kamala Harris could run. But both Bernie and Trump would agree with Trump when he declared to a group. Now, his quote. Pittsburgh, 2016. This is Trump now. Quote, the legacy of Pennsylvania steelworkers lives in the bridges, railways, and skyscrapers that make up our great American landscape. America repaid their loyalty, Trump alleged, with total betrayal. Our politicians have aggressively pursued a policy of globalization, moving our jobs, our wealth, and our factories to Mexico and overseas. Globalization has made the financial elite who donate to politicians very, very wealthy. Many Pennsylvania towns, once thriving and humming, are now in a state of total disrepair. This wave of globalization has wiped out totally our middle class. It does not have to be this way. We can turn it around.
many of the words from Trump's, his Pittsburgh speech could have been lifted directly from a Sanders speech. I think you could have. I think you could. Just call it a spade a spade. It could have. I think you could have like easily taken. I'm not saying every speech is exactly something Bernie would have said. It's not what we're saying here, but there are definite, like, very clear parts of it that have the same exact level of focus, intensity on the same exact things.
I agree, and the blistering nature of their attacks on free trade and globalization, and the injury these policies have allegedly done to ordinary working class Americans, and while enriching and greatly increasing the economic inequality of America's economic and political east on the West Coast and East Coast and Chicago. They hit home big time and allowed Trump to win the presidency in 2016. So, and had Bernie not backed down, he might have won the presidency with the same message.
Yeah, and I think you believe that to an extent these arguments were resonating with the left and the right. It revealed that the extent to which the neoliberal order was cracking and breaking down, I think.
For sure. When neoliberalism was hegemonic, when it had the commanding heights, the virtues of free trade and globalization were unassailable. If you attacked them before the great financial crisis, you would have been put in the insane asylum. To attack the policies pre-great financial crisis, you would have been marginal and irrelevant at best, and arguably publicly painted as dangerously delusional at worst. The fact that the most dynamic, contestants for the presidency in 2016, Bernie on the left, Trump on the right, whether you agree with them or not, they mounted direct challenges to neoliberal orthodoxy. It shows the degree to which the neoliberal order, political order, was coming under challenge, and perhaps was going to be knocked from its perch. Biden's election negates that, I would argue.
Is there anything that might do that, like now, or?
Well, I think tariffs fly directly in the face of neoliberalism, and tariffs were Trump's preferred tool for attacking China. And that's why Wall Street hated Trump. He hated tariffs because it would raise the goods of consumer goods, give American workers jobs, but Wall Street worries about cheap goods, raising stock prices, not American workers. So Trump discovered with Trump's key thing as president, he discovered legally he could authorize tariffs unilaterally without the cooperation of Congress. That's critical to understanding Trump and his use of tariffs. He didn't need Congress, which wouldn't have voted for him, to use tariffs if, as president, he claims they enhance national security, which of course he did. So in September 2019, he imposed $112 billion in tariffs on Chinese imports and threatened to follow that up with another $500 billion in tariffs. Had Trump, been reelected, he would have gotten over $1 trillion in tariffs, easy to offset the trade deficit from China. So in October 2019, Trump secured a concession from China in the form of an agreement on the first installment of a comprehensive trade deal. And in that, the two countries, China and the U.S., signed an agreement in January 2020, which could have been a major victory for his administration. But the gains and would-be gains by tariffs have been completely nullified by President Biden. President Biden has negated and stripped away as president, which he can do as president, all the gains from tariffs by Trump. And so that's all gone now. And by the way, just last week it came out, our trade deficit with China was $691 billion, the largest in U.S. history, the largest ever. So President Biden can say he was a critical key component of that. So instead of bringing in at least $500 billion to $1 trillion in tariffs, federal taxes that U.S. Americans wouldn't have to pay in taxes and giving jobs to American workers, President Biden within 2 years has brought about the biggest trade deficit and the largest trade deficit between China ever at almost $700 billion.
Oh, just a feel-good podcast today. All right. Beyond tariffs, like what else might, I guess, curtail neoliberalism's globalization, I guess, is my next question.
I think the global corporate strategy of stretching supply chains around the world had been premised on the notion that goods could cross national boundaries easily and quickly. We've alluded to that time and time again in this podcast, and it really came to bear with relevance during COVID. So with the world possibly, slipping away, with COVID and the resurgence of another pandemic possibly, The prudent strategy might now be to produce more goods closer to home, either by increasing domestic manufacturing, like surgical masks, or by developing a shorter supply chain with nearby countries like Mexico and Canada, since our relations with them are more secure than with communist China. So I think COVID-19 further accelerated the push towards production in one's own nation, in which the conditions of manufacturing and transportation are more stable and controllable than the international arena. And this flies right in the face of neoliberalism.
So to the extent producers and consumers in various countries have begun to question the pursuit of the borderless world, I guess, is neoliberalism, is it in jeopardy?
I think it is. I think, and that's where we stand. They're questioning it. They think a borderless world isn't necessarily a good thing. The Russian-Ukraine war is adding to that. And that's where we stand, Levi. And you heard it here on Emir Phillips, American Pragmatist. The apogee of America's welfare state, with all its limitations, was coterminous with the height of the Cold War. To argue for communism's importance is not meant to rehabilitate it as a political movement. Far from it. It's just to put neoliberalism in the proper perspective. Communism was an indefensible system of tyranny, to be clear. The point here is meant to help us to understand the role that communism played in the century when it was a feared force and a relevant socioeconomic force, and then to call us to reckon with the effects of its extremely sudden and complete disappearance from international and national affairs in 1991. The neoliberal order emerged out of the ruins of the New Deal order. Those inside the left had to grapple with the key 1990s challenges. The challenges of that decade were stark and unique, given how incredibly fast international communism in the Soviet Empire ended. Namely, communism had fallen at least in part because it had long before poisoned the dream of socialist emancipation. It was proven false before it fell. In most parts of the world, socialism in any form by 1991 had lost its capacity to move the masses, at least to the point of violently exporting their revolution, Cuba being one notable exception. This left neoliberalism utterly unopposed from the North Pole to the South. Unfettered capitalism barged into markets around the world in ways robber barons could only dream about. Ross Perot came out of nowhere from Texas and cautioned us, the United States, and we as a nation simply did not listen. He even made the same famous quote about NAFTA, that great sucking sound will take our jobs, and prophesied and essentially described Amazon and said from warehouses out in the desert, they would be delivering goods, putting retail business out of business and taking away American jobs and sending them down south to Mexico, or in today's case, China. And then his political son, President Donald Trump, showed up. We see the unadulterated fruit of neoliberalism in the power of telecommunication corporations, specifically Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Word, and so on. The podcast that we just did delineated and explicated that fact. The regulatory imperative that had done so much to shape popular responses to corporate power 100 years before during the robber barons don't seem to exist anymore. Where are today's muckrakers? Lord only knows. The future that did unfold centered on the triumph of a neoliberal order and had been facilitated in the first instance by the sudden and unexpected collapse of international communism and specifically the Soviet Empire. The consequences of that collapse still reverberate socioeconomically, culturally, and politically 25 years later. It's important to remember that deregulating finance and deploying risky financial instruments had been as much the work of Democrats as Republicans. Bill Clinton was critical in financial modernization, as the podcast alluded to time and time again. Both Democrats and Republicans had used a professed commitment to racial equality and pluralism to gain support for dangerously unsound socioeconomic policies, like financial deregulation, and IT deregulation, which is usually not discussed, which led to the big tech censorship we have now. Both thought that Greenspan at the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan, was a financial wizard. Both parties, Democrat and Republican, subscribed to the neoliberal shibboleth that market risk was a thing of the past and had been solved by IT software. Technology, it was believed by both parties, both Democrats and Republicans, had put market perfection within human grasp. Human grasp being, of course, at an institutional level, Wall Street. Abundance for everyone would be the result. How sincere they were in this belief is up to you to decide. But that was the neoliberal promise. That's clear. There's no argument about it. That was the proposition. Both Democrats and Republicans had tied their fortunes to delivering on that neoliberal promise. Al Gore himself had been at the center of the Democratic Party's neoliberal campaign. Clinton's trusted techno-utopian lieutenant, Al Gore. In the aftermath of the 2008 great financial crisis, globalization and neoliberalism could no longer be promoted as policies that lifted all boats. Techno-utopianism could no longer hide the truth that serious structural imbalances in the global economy threaten not just to collapse economies, but to rend the social fabric of nations. That's going on now. Look at the Russian-Ukraine war. The economic hardship and distress caused by the crash would linger for years after 2008, and we're still suffering the consequences for it at many levels. Political anger is smoldering and would smolder for a long time after the great financial crisis, and then erupt in a series of white-hot insurgencies. Bernie Sanders on the left, Donald Trump on the right, both attacking the neoliberal order in their unique forms. The neoliberal order would not be able to withstand the heat, although President Biden is holding the fortress for neoliberalism with the rhinos, Republican rhinos like Mitch Romney and McConnell, the Senate leader, joining him in its rabid defense. Or is it their last stand in the Russian-Ukraine war, bringing us possibly into a nuclear or EMP strike situation or scenario? Indeed, as with all fallen political orders, there will be structures, ideological and institutional, that survive and prolong the life of neoliberalism in some form or fashion. Various Republican governors, such as Ron DeSantis of Florida, are determined to keep aloft the banner of deregulation, promoting it as the best path toward a future that enshrines personal freedom. And in some instances and at some levels, that may be good and okay. Some people would be for the destroying of censorship of Disney, for example. And I myself don't think it's a bad thing. But a presidential victory by DeSantis or someone like him in 2024 would be unlikely to trigger a straightforward restoration of a neoliberal order. More likely would be a deepening of the political configuration that merges elements of neoliberalism with aspects of Trump-style GOP populism. Some combination of Trump running for president with DeSantis as vice president could very well happen. A lot of things are at play. Time will tell. The entrenched financialization of the American economy likewise offers no guarantee that a neoliberal order will soon be restored. Central banks in the United States and elsewhere grew larger and accumulated more power in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, not to mention after COVID, and continue to play a key role in shaping the economy. Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve chairman appointed by Donald Trump to succeed Janet Yellen to head the Federal Reserve, wielded that Federal Reserve power decisively in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and I would think overall did a very good job. The speed and amplitude of Jerome Powell's actions at the Federal Reserve matched those of Ben Bernanke when the latter was responding to the 2008 great financial crisis. Both decisively broke with the Greenspan style, which is a reluctance to interfere with the natural, quote, natural operation of markets. Although Bernanke helped Wall Street and Trump appointed Jerome Powell to be quite clear, saved Main Street. So Bernanke saved Wall Street and Trump and Jerome Powell saved Main Street. Central banks such as the Federal Reserve are often regarded as a form of elite rule. far more inclined to protect the interest of capital and shareholders than of ordinary citizens. The Federal Reserve's actions in 2020 and 2021 may further validate this view if it turns out that the assets of America's wealthy institutions and individuals fattened on the Fed's COVID-19 era easy money policies, while Main Street and America did not, thus widening still further, the gulf between rich and poor. And so far, it does seem like big business profited during the COVID pandemic much more than small businesses, which shrunk from the rioting and the effects of the pandemic, as rich, big companies like Amazon picked up the clientele and customer list of small, crushed companies. But Jerome Powell's 2020 interventions in the U.S. economy also mark a departure for the Federal Reserve, manifest in its support of vast government aid for small business, for the unemployed, for families in need of child support, and for the relief of individuals unable to pay their rent, the moratorium on eviction, which was overall a very good thing. Yet again, time will tell. The Fed did not devise such policies, of course, Congress did. But Jerome Powell at the Fed signaled that these sorts of actions were essential to the nation's economic welfare. He urged Congress to move quickly on them. With his specific encouragement, the federal government did much more to assist ordinary Americans in the wake of the COVID pandemic than had been done in the 2008 great financial crisis under Bernanke. The scale of assistance not only provided relief to tens of millions, it also began to alter somewhat the balance of power between the poor and rich in American society. Many in the ranks of the poor quit their jobs across the pandemic's first 18 months. Significant numbers among those who remained employed felt emboldened to demand wage increases and other improvements in the conditions of their work. The power relations had changed momentarily. The American labor movement, in turn, began to show signs of vigor after decades of futility. By the end of 2021, wages for low-income earners had begun to rise more rapidly than those for high-income earners. That had not happened in 40 years and was clearly a result of Donald Trump and Jerome Powell's and Congress's concerted effort in the aforementioned manners: SBA loans, PPP, extended unemployment, et cetera, et cetera. Will this continue? Time will tell, and we shall see. Is it possible then to read into the Fed's actions the emergence of a newly democratized politics of public finance? If so, it is happening by the increasing rather than reducing the powers of the Federal Reserve and by deploying them to benefit a far larger cross-section of Americans. It is too early to know whether this repurposing of the Federal Reserve will last. In the coming years, the traditional role of the Federal Reserve in buttressing the rule of financial elites may be restored. The Fed can go either way. But to be clear, it is the fourth branch of government. We don't just have three: legislature, executive, and judicial. No, there's fourth. If you don't see the Federal Reserve as a fourth branch of government, you're very deluded. So, furthermore, inflation hawks will certainly urge this course of correction on the Fed, but admittedly, inflation over 5 or 6%, it's just too high. It's too high. And then right now, it's running well over 9 or 10%. So, and some would argue more than that. So now let's focus on culture, which the podcast went into with the culture wars. The survival of cultural elements of neoliberalism also offer no guarantee that the neoliberal order itself is alive and well. Cultivating entrepreneurs of the self has long been a cardinal feature of the neoliberal order, and it shows no sign of waning. This principle has manifested itself in Silicon Valley entrepreneurs and Wall Street hedge fund managers fashioning themselves into, quote, masters of the universe, end quote, in hundreds of thousands of automobile owners responding to Uber's and Lyft's invitation to become, quote, entrepreneurs, close quote, in their own right by gaining the, quote, freedom to choose when and for how long they would drive their private cars as taxis. In analytic movements in baseball and other sports seeking to sculpt athletes' performance through a far more systemic study of human inputs and outputs than has ever been attempted before. The Oakland A's did that in the 90s. Brad Pitt did a movie about it. and in the obsession of millions of individuals with constantly measuring their steps to walk or work. That is a form of neoliberalism as well. Market efficiency at work in relation to health insurance. Maybe it's bad, maybe it's good. But at the end of the day, the miles you walk, run, calories consumed, energy expended when measured by corporate America is an aspect of neoliberalism's culture. Don't make any mistakes about it. Tens of millions are engaged daily in parallel kinds of endless calculations to determine their popularity or lack of on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Yet again, a cultural manifestation of neoliberalism emanating from its philosophy. Never have so many people been preoccupied with such self-scrutiny in their self-creation or in manifesting and promoting, marketing themselves to the rest of society in our nation. This freedom of self, which is such a key component of neoliberalism, frankly, can be quite exhausting. And to what extent does neoliberalism and this form of neoliberalism promote narcissism? That'll be for you to decide. Now, let's move on to the tech component, the technological analysis of neoliberalism. The IT revolution, another key feature of the neoliberal order, made possible this phenomenon of perpetually counting and measuring, for example, your steps at work. In the utopian 1990s, the self-knowledge resulting from this revolution was held up as liberating, as delivering on the neoliberal promise of personal freedom and emancipation. Now that the technological utopianism of the 90s and 2000s is gone, the measurement imperative that remains has become as much a mechanism for tyrannizing the self with the relentless injunction to do better, to do more, to do more, to do more. As for realizing the full possibilities of one's personhood, no political movement to release individuals from this tyranny of self-scrutiny has yet gained traction. But perhaps a visionary imagination will arise to call for freeing human consciousness from tech-imposed fetters. Watch out, Facebook. The mere survival of elements of an order, therefore, should not be mistaken for the order itself surviving. Social Security is still a popular welfare policy in the United States, nearly 90 years after the New Deal brought it into existence. But the New Deal order, of which it was so essential a part, is long, long gone. Vestiges of the neoliberal order will be with us for years and perhaps decades to come. But the neoliberal order itself is breaking from Bernie's left and Trump's right, a vicious 1-2 combination. A political order must have the ability to shape the core ideas of political life, specifically, what is the good life? It must be able to do so, not just, for people located across the political spectrum. It's got to go beyond that. The New Deal order sold a large number of Americans on the proposition that a strong central state could manage dynamic but dangerous capitalist economy in the public interest. The neoliberal order persuaded a lot of Americans that free markets would unleash capitalism from unnecessary state controls and spread prosperity and personal freedom throughout the ranks of Americans and then throughout the world itself. Globalization, cosmopolitanism, multiculturalism. That's how it's getting done institutionally, globally. Neither of these propositions today command the support or authority that they once possessed. Political disorder and dysfunction reign currently. What comes next is the most important question for the United States and the world that we now face. You heard it here on Emir Phillips, American Pragmatist.